Supported by Blizzard Entertainment, Zygor Guides, Gamer Advantage, NordVPN, Glitch Energy, Streamlabs, and is proud to support our partnered charity, Safe in Our World.
Power level your characters, make lots of gold, and accomplish more in World of Warcraft with Zygor Guides. Our guides are unique in that they use a custom guide viewer add-on to display things right inside the game. Every guide is presented in an easy-to-follow, step-by-step format that tells you exactly where to go, who to talk to, which quests to accept, how to complete quest objectives, and more, all in the most efficient manner to get more done in less time. Since the guides are in-game, they can dynamically detect your progress, update in real time, and automatically skip forward as you complete steps. Finding your way around couldn't be easier thanks to our custom waypoint arrow that works like an in-game GPS, generating the fastest directions to your next location, factoring in every method of travel including flight paths, items, portals, and more. You'll no longer find yourself wondering where to go or what to do next ever again. The guides also include numerous additional features to speed things up even more, like auto-accepting and turning in quests, highlighting the best quest rewards, notifying you when you have new gear upgrades, pointing where you need to fly to on your map, auto-selling gray items, and more. We offer guides for virtually every aspect of the game, including leveling, dungeons, dailies, professions, collectibles, and achievements. Discover all the latest content with our new Featured section, which showcases all the new guides added in every patch and expansion with detailed explanations on how it all works. Or search our entire collection to find a guide for almost anything you want to do. All of our guides have been fully updated for Dragonflight, and new content is being added all the time. Sign up for Zygor Elite and gain instant access to our full suite of guides for both retail and classic WoW for one low monthly fee. As part of Zygor Elite, you'll receive ongoing weekly updates for new patches, future expansions, and seasonal events, as well as general fixes and improvements to make sure all content stays current and well optimized for any changes Blizzard makes. Take your gaming to the next level with Zygor Guides.
Who took the bomb?
See you later.
My visions are not the same as the others. No radiance, no song. Just the shadow taunting me from below.
Hello, there we go. We've got it in the end. Hello, good evening, and welcome to the Legacy 30 Dungeon Dash event, hosted for you even tonight by Starship World of Warcraft community. So the Legacy 30 Dungeon Dash is an event with 5 teams of 3 players, all locked at level 30. We'll race through 3 dungeons throughout the history of World of Warcraft and find out who is the most dashing. But on the topic of the most dashing, joining me tonight on the casting desk and any other piece of furniture she chooses is Lux. How are we doing tonight, Lux?
I'm good, good, good. So excited. I've got my batteries ready for my energy levels. I'm ready to go. Obviously, this is my first ever casting event, but yeah, let's rock and rumble.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything. Before this, she was gargling yogurt, which was quite an interesting experience. Let's find out more about the teams going in for tonight's event. We have, in case you're wondering who to support, we have 5 teams, 4 of them from the US, 1 of them Team EU, so no bias, but we have a Brit, so on one of those teams, so I'm not impartial at all. We have Chasing Tales with a fantastic logo, who are featuring a warlock, a shaman, and a monk. We'll find out more about the specs in a bit. Mr. Fist, which is a monk, a warrior, a warlock, Rug Flap, 2 mages, a DH, spin to win with a monk, a warrior, and a priest. This is harder than I thought it was going to be. And Time Walking, the team who won our last event, featuring pretty much the same composition with Goru probably on his survival and a BM and a warlock. What are we thinking about these teams, Lux? Who are you most excited to have a look at?
To be fair, I'm going to be rooting for any of the American teams. Their accents are just absolutely awesome, so I'm going to be a little bit biased. I absolutely adore Guru and the Time Walking community, of course, who took part in our Race to World Worst events not a few months ago, I think it was. But also, I'd like to put a big shout out and a great Ohio to Cleveland. Well in there, boy.
Well, you can't see me face palming, but that's fantastic. Just behind Lux is a San Jose jersey, which I'm sure she'll get out a bit later. But she's not currently on stream. But we'll switch back to that in a second. Let's switch now. Let's have a look at this lovely jersey, and we can get some love
What
or
jersey?
not in the
Sorry?
chat.
What? I'm joking.
Oh, come on, you
It's
can't hide it
here.
now.
There we go. The San Jose Sharks. Go, go, go.
Well, very good. Just to mention one thing about the teams is class switching is allowed, so we might see some interesting changes as we go through the tournament. And we're going to go over now to have a look at what they are playing for this evening, which is quite the pile of gold. So for you dragons out there who like laying on your gold, here we go. So first prize is 1.5 million gold. Lovely bit of maths there done for you, which is 500,000 each. 975,000 for second, 525,000 for third. What would you do for that much gold, Lux?
I would do a lot of things. That probably isn't a little bit kosher on the stream that we're currently doing right now. However, if there's a sugar daddy out there who would like to donate some free gold, I am more than happy to do something within the boundaries of the law, of course.
Well, I mean, we have to have an object of desire on the stream, and it's not going to be me. So I'm glad you're here to fulfill that role. And then we have a look at what dungeons we're going through for this evening. We have 3, as I mentioned to you previously. The first one is going to be the Motherlode. Any experience of this one, Lux? Any thoughts from the past expansions?
Yeah, I absolutely adore the Motherlode. Obviously, the trash mobs in here are probably the hardest out of all the entire dungeons. I find the bosses are not too bad, but you've got to be careful, obviously, with the hired assassins. You've got the refreshment vendors, you've got the alchemists, the masterminds. You know, any huge pulls can wipe you quite easily. So the teams have got to be very, very careful with any of the big pulls that they obviously to do that today.
And then going from the Motherlode, we have going straight into a different expansion and into Skyreach, which will be a lot quicker. And it, of course, features the annoying movement check in the middle with the swirly, as we say. Any experience of this one, Lux, or getting stuck on the swirly bit?
Yeah, as a disability DK, shall we say, not much movement ability, so we certainly did struggle. However, we did have a priest who gripped me very, very well through most of that stuff, so yeah, we'll see how the teams definitely handle this one.
A strong grip is very important. And then we go straight into our third and final dungeon, where the points are really going to be converted into prizes. And one of my favorite dungeons, which is actually called the Old Kingdom, otherwise known as. Any experience of this one maybe in Classic? More recently?
No, I was a Wrath baby, so I absolutely adored this dungeon.
Yeah, to be fair, it is actually one of my favorites. And the other thing is they're all going to be on normal. And any reason for that, Lux?
Yeah. I mean, especially with Anchorhead, there isn't certainly much room for the 5th boss, so we've got to keep it down to a minimum.
We're starting already on the stream. I hope you got a couple of beers with you. I know it's quite late or later in the EU than it is in the US, so maybe the beer advantage or the alcohol advantage is on one side rather than the other. Now, coming up for you in just a second, we're going to be gripping in Druid Man into this cast channel, who is the main theory crafter in the Legacy 30 community, to talk a bit more in depth about what's going on tonight, as we're not quite the experts that we pretend to be. Let's move him up if I can into this cast. Druid Man, hello, how are we doing?
Hey, how's it going, everyone? I'm doing good. How you doing, Cole?
Yeah, sorry for the double drag up there. I couldn't do it all in one go. I'm doing fantastic. How confident are you going into tonight? I know you're the multi-time winner of these events so far.
I'm very, very confident. However, I do think there will be at least one or two teams that will give us a run for our money. So, not gonna say with certainty, but I have a good feeling about at least guaranteeing second place, hopefully winning. So we'll see how it turns out, because some of these teams I've never played with them before, so won't know what kind of strategies they might pull out. So we'll find out.
Okay, and as we said, this is the Legacy 30 Game Dash event. So tell us a bit more about Legacy 30, who you are, what you do, and what kind of people might be interested in playing with you in the future.
Sure. So we're a level 30 XP off community in retail. We do content ranging from vanilla to RAF as for raiding. But in terms of Chromie time, we have access from vanilla to Shadowlands. So there's obviously like a whole range of expansions you can do there for like questing, dungeons. But for raiding, yeah, we do vanilla to RAF. We do a monthly Herald of the Titans for people that need the title. We also run every 3 months dungeon tournaments, as you can see here. And then we try and raid at least like once a week, or if not every 2 weeks. Right now we have something called Progression Raid going on, which is bi-weekly. It's basically where we restrict our gear and we go back to some of the old raids, and we won't be allowed to enter the next raid until we clear the raid before it. So yeah, that's kind of an introduction to our guild.
Cool. Where, guys, are you up to at the moment with the progression?
Right now we're stuck on Kel'Thas in the Tempest Keep. We need more people, ideally, to help bring that down. It's kind of a gatekeep right now. So what we've been doing every week, or every 2 weeks, is going back to some of the older, easier raids and getting more gear for our roster, so that when we do go back into Tempest Keep, we can hopefully try and get that down.
If you also, I understand you have an EU and an American or NA section, so people can join. Is that? Am I correct in thinking that?
Yeah, most definitely. So our main guild's on Thrall NA, but we now have a EU section as well. I believe it's Drano EU. Don't quote me on that. And we have an officer over there who helps run things. So if anyone's interested on EU or NA, yeah, you can obviously come in and join in on the fun. Like, there's no restrictions there. So.
Okay, and if you're interested in how to join that community, that is on the screen throughout the whole event, and the bottom right currently is the Discord link and the Twitter, and you can get involved and head over there and hopefully prop up those numbers and take down a couple of bosses. How did you personally get into the Legacy 30 community and running it?
That's a really good question, Cole. So I've been playing XPR content since Cataclysm. I personally kind of quit after Legion for a while because I didn't have a guild, and then I picked it back up in BFA, and then during Shadowlands, I actually found Legacy 30, and I was really interested in it because that's something I'd been doing solo, just without obviously any group content because I was solo. And I joined. I was participating in all the events, and then somehow later down the road, I kind of got into like making multiple classes, and it kind of spiraled out of control. I stopped playing max level, and I was just somehow I found myself playing 30s all day, and this is kind of what I do now. I just play 30s. Yeah, so
Yeah, me and Lux ran a couple of dungeons together. What did you think about the content, Lux? Because maybe people will be thinking it's easy, but actually there is some level of complexity to it. It's not quite as easy as maybe people would be thinking at home to do what we're doing tonight.
Yeah, you guys are a different breed. Honestly, some of the stuff that you guys were doing and some of the pulls, I'm thinking, I can't even do this on my 70s, and here you are absolutely blasting it through on 30s and just making it look so easy. So, yeah, it's a super, super awesome community. If you guys want to be a part of it as well and get in there, it's absolutely awesome.
And I know we have a bit of a Google spreadsheet well, we love a bit of a spreadsheet over here. So let's load that up, and you can talk to us perhaps about what classes and specs we should be looking for tonight. What are you expecting the meta to be for dungeons? And maybe we can pull up some of these sheets and have a look.
Sure. So as for dungeons, what we should be scared of really is Destro Warlocks, Fury Warriors, and Brewmaster Monks. These three are extremely deadly if they're in the right hands. As for, I'll go with healers here. We should be looking out for like Resto Shamans and Holy Priests because they can actually out damage specs themselves. Like my Holy Priest, for example, can do more damage than the majority of my actual DPS specs, just because of the wonky scaling at level 30. We should see some like play maybe out of like some niche specs, like I don't know, Survival Hunter. They like a lot of these specs do really well, but the most deadly ones are, like as I mentioned, Fury Warrior, Brewmaster Monk, and I think I mentioned, yeah, Destro Warlock there. But yeah, those are like the three we should look out for.
Okay, maybe you can tell us about your favorite class, and we can pick that out as a sheet, and you can talk us through.
Oh, I thought about that for a while. Personally, because I play every class, I'm gonna say warrior because I started this game as a warrior. It's always been my main, even way before I had multiple, classes before leveling became easier. Um, I'll say arms warrior. Arms warrior has always been my thing. When I started this game at like 11 years old, it was always like arms warrior, and then later down the road fury. That's gonna always be like the one close to my heart. But nowadays it's kind of just all over the place. I play literally anything and everything. Yeah.
From what I understand, Arms isn't in a particularly fantastic place when it comes to dungeons anyway at level 30, or are you going to prove me wrong this evening?
The problem with Arms is that it doesn't have the tools it needs to perform in dungeons. And Fury, for example, has a whirlwind that doesn't cost rage, and they can just spam it indefinitely. So when you look at Arms, it's I guess it would be decent on its own, but compared to Fury, it's just Fury just makes it look like it's really really bad. So if you had the option, like yeah, there's no reason why you wouldn't play Fury. I think if like Arms had Blade Storm at level 30, that might change things. But unfortunately, as of right now, we don't have access to that. But who knows? Maybe one day we'll get access to that.
I've seen you've been doing some of the beta testing on the War Within, and we kind of links in with the question we got in chat. So what's going on with Evokers? Maybe you can tell us level 30 Evokers should be something in the next expansion, and maybe you're looking forward to playing with it, and maybe you already have.
Oh yeah, so I'm really looking forward to playing Evoker because it's a new class to join us at level 30. From the theory crafting and speculation I've done on beta, obviously I cannot verify this until it actually comes out. 30 Evokers are going to be extremely overpowered, so expect in future level 30 tournaments we should see Evokers popping up quite often in some of these teams. I think Augmentation is extremely fun. It's going to create like a new way of playing the game at level 30, and Devastation, as some people might know, is extremely overpowered. Like the way that mastery works just makes it a really deadly powerhouse. It might even compete with some of these other classes like Fury Warrior, Brewmaster Monk, Industrial Warlock. But we'll have to see how the numbers turn out once everyone starts to step into pre-patch and getting them geared up and so on. But yeah, that's how it's looking right now.
There's no Mythic Plus sort of augmentation dream going on that you can think of, or is going to be some crazy theory crafting going on with that?
I think that's gonna be something I'll have to theory craft because I haven't done any group content on the beta. One of the hard things about theory crafting at level 30 is that there's not many people doing it. So I'm kind of, as of the past year, I've been kind of left doing it kind of alone. But lately I've kind of gotten more people like interested in it. I've even got like my own team that I'm working with now. They're gonna help me check things, and yeah, I'm hoping to get into the dungeons very early into the pre-patch on my Evoker so I can get some data out there, make some guides. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, and I really hope Evoker is like up there. I hope it's not too overpowered, but I hope it's just the right amount of power that it feels good to play, and it's not like, yeah, it is like a challenge to it. Yeah, so.
Okay, well, we've got 5 minutes left until the run starts. So if production is watching, you can get people set up and ready, and maybe while in those 5 minutes, I don't want to ruin too much, but I know what you're playing tonight. You are on your Brewmaster, and maybe we can do a 5-minute little deep dive into a bit more in-depth theory crafting about that class, and you can tell us what makes Brewmaster so special, and maybe some pieces of gear that are going to be really valuable and break the class.
That's a really good question, Cole. So one of the things that's really broken about Brewmaster Monk is the way that the chance on hit mechanic works on weapons. So that was a mechanic that was introduced in Classic WoW, and it's been kind of retired, if you will, since I think Cataclysm or Mob. And those kinds of weapons that say chance on hit only exist now in this like kind of Classic to RAF era. The thing is, chance on the reason why chance on hit is extremely unique to Monk and Warrior, but we're mainly talking about Monk here, is that when you rushing Jadewind or spinning Crane Kick as a Monk, you're doing several hits within like less than a second, and that can really ramp up and crank some of these weapons up to their maximum potential. Like you have many weapons, like I'll give you Thunder Fury as an example. It says chance on hit to do 58 damage. If I'm like spinning Crane Kick like every second and I have like 20 mobs on me, I'm gonna proc the Thunder Fury like 30 times in 1 second. And there's items like Tiny Abomination, which after you hit 7 times, it will basically do a weapon swing for 50% of your main hand damage. As you can probably imagine, when I'm pulling like 20 mobs, maybe 40 mobs, when I'm AoEing, I'm like getting an insane amount of Tiny Abomination procs, and my weapons also having their own like damage procs. And it's just like they're all working in synergy to create like extremely deadly like amounts of damage. Like I've seen damage upwards from 30k, 40k. Yeah, it really gets insane. And Fury Warrior is the second class that can do that with their Whirlwind. But not many other classes can actually do that. So it's exclusive to Warrior and Monk that can manipulate that and use it to its full potential.
And the last question from me before I hand over to Lux for the last couple of minutes is, you were saying about 30k damage, but for people who perhaps aren't used to level 30 content, perhaps you could tell us what the average sort of amount of damage would be to show how crazy 30k really is.
So if you're average gear, just an average player playing, I think you could expect on average like, I don't know, 4 or 5k AoE damage on a decently sized pool. 30k is really absurd, and it's only possible when you're using the items mentioned, unless you're playing like a Warlock. Warlocks are just completely another breed entirely, and they can pull upwards of 40, 50, 60 just from their own toolkit, not even needing any of these items that I just mentioned. Like if I didn't have Tiny Abomination equipped or any weapon that had the chance on hit on the tooltip, I'd be averaging around maybe 4 or 5k, maybe even 6 max DPS. Like if I pulled like, I don't know, 20, 30 mobs. So it's a massive buff when you're using those items.
Okay, Lux, do you have any questions for our resident expert before he bounces back into the channel to get ready with his team?
Yeah, just a pretty much straightforward one. Are you crazy? You play pretty much every single class. Where do you find the time?
Yeah, well, I'll just say this. I had a lot of time in 2023. I wasn't working. So I would just play WoW all day. And I would play like 12 hours a day, and all I would do was theorycraft. And also, if people who do play 30s know, spending a lot of time in WoD dungeons, World of Draenor dungeons. As you know, you can actually get like epic proc drops from some of the bosses there. And I don't know, I just made time to try everything out, and before I knew it, I had 36 specs in this game, and now they're all fully bis as well. So I don't know what to tell you.
Dedication. Literally just dedication. Just hats off.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Putting a lot of time and effort into getting this all ready. It looks like we're having a look at the teams. Some of them are ready. Hopefully they've remembered the different commands. So thank you very much, Druid Man. We're going to let you get back to your team, as it looks like we're moments away from beginning the first round. So thank you very much for joining us, and maybe we can talk to you again a bit later.
All right, thank you for having me, and I'll see you guys soon.
Okay, cheers.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's have a look then at the first couple of matches. So who do we have here queuing up straight away? Maybe Lux, I'll throw it straight to you, and you can tell me about what you see on the screen.
That's the thing. I can see some awesome teams right now. I think it's the Rug Flap who we've got just about ready, and of course the Mistfist. Oh, we've got our awesome teams coming up right now. I'm so excited. Honestly, I don't know what to say. I'm so excited just to get this going, get the dungeon going, and see different strategies, see which teams are going to pull out which way, and it's going to be absolutely awesome.
So on the left we have double Arcane Mage and a tank DH, which surprisingly Arcane Mage absolutely cranks, especially at single target, as we've been doing some testing ourselves over on this side, although we are absolutely no experts. And on the right with Mr. Fist, I believe, although I cannot currently see what we have, it's Cleveland. So then we have a Fury Warrior for sure. And I can't see because the screen is completely full of dinosaur, which is not something I thought I would ever end up saying. But we're waiting for them to start as their pull timers are going out, so we know that production is doing their job today, and we're going to be off and running in just a second with Motherload. So you were telling us earlier, Lux, about the different mobs that you're looking out for throughout the Motherload. Maybe you can tell us if there's anything dangerous to look out for at the beginning of the instance.
Very much so at the beginning of the instance. If they're going to be doing some huge pulls, I mean, you've got the refreshment vendor. You know, that's the mob that will cast the ice spritz. If they allow that cast to go off completely, they also apply brain freeze at the end, which stuns you for, I believe, it's 6 seconds. But if they're doing huge pulls, I mean, you've got the hired assassins, you've got the adult thugs, again with their clothesline ability, they also stun you. Those hired assassins as well, if they get that toxic blade cast off, and they then start doing their Hail of Fletcher, which of course is their knives ability. You know, that stacking damage can quickly wipe a team.
If we look on the left, we can see they've all pulled line of sight in actually quite an interesting position here. And we get all of that AoE damage coming up from the Arcane Mages. You can see the damage meters at the bottom right of their screen as they're doing quite big damage. Also on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see the add-on mate, especially for this event, which is going to track the boss kill times as well as the ad percentage. 80% of the dungeon is what we're looking for, as we seem to have Mr. Fist doing pretty much the same thing, pulling them into the same room. Obviously, there's a bit of delay between the two teams getting started, so that we're mainly looking for the time on the timers themselves. And we're going to see the arcane damage here really come out on the left-hand side. We're really spamming the arcane blast, and let's have a look at the numbers here, as they're going to go really fast through this boss.
Oh, wow, I mean, they're straight away onto that first boss. I mean, we've got the second team kind of pulling the rest of the mobs up to that first boss, so Rug Flap has definitely got that edge at the moment.
A fantastic logo as well for Rug Flap. Probably one of the more comedic logos of the tournament. Mr. Fist, a bit more serious one. Maybe that says something about the players. I'm not quite sure, but we can see the difference in the two strategies, as you said. Maybe it's just one team could actually have the damage to burst through those mobs and find the time. Maybe it's just a quicker route. We'll find out by the end of this run, as we're onto the second boss on Rug Flap. Once again, the double arcane mage really going to start cranking through this boss, as you almost down already, and it's only been about 6 seconds, and Mr. Fist are still working their way through this first boss. It looks like they killed the ads first. Perhaps that's not going to be the right strategy, but perhaps the most dangerous pull in this whole instance is going to be once they can take the cart down, and we're about to see this in a second for Rug Flap. Maybe you can tell us a bit about those ads and that pull down there, Lux.
Yeah, that next pull straight down to obviously the third boss. You've got the weapon testers. You've got to be so careful with that force cannon. Again, you've got the alchemists. They use that caustic compound, I believe, which is a stacking damage, but they also transmute you into goo as well. So again, if you let that cast go off, if you don't damage them too much, you're going to lose a lot of time. You'll get turned into goo, and everybody gets turned into goo. It's pretty much going to be a wipe. And of course, you've got those masterminds with that energy lash. I mean, back in current as well. That hurt really, really bad. That could wipe you. And of course, you've got the leech garb as well, which heals up the boss as it damages you, so you've got to get out of the way.
Yeah, Rug Flap were telling me that they have a line of sight strategy for this. It looks like it's paid off to absolute perfection. They got some damage as they were running in these mobs. They didn't get the chance really to polymorph. You had the ice blocks come out to immune some of the effects, but they've got through these mobs so quickly. They're already at 100% on the timer, so now it's literally just the boss, and we're still running to the third boss, and we're still running to the second boss over on Mr. Fist. I think the very first match of today looks like it might be a bit of a walkover for Rug Flap here, who just seem to have insane boss damage. We have some comments coming through here saying Rug Flap at the team I'm cheering for. Let's go Mages. So we have some mage fanboys in the chat. Hi Blinks, by the way.
No,
Just to give you a name rather than call you a mage fanboy.
No, that he's biased. He can't go for Rug Rug Flap Flap. You know, he wasn't made for this at all. Hey, ba-bum-tsh. As we've got to the teams, I mean, they're straight at the last boss. I mean, you've got Mr. Fist here just coming down onto that cannon. They've just completed the second boss, now going into the third. I think we've got a clear winner for the first one, unless something really, really goes bad for Rug Rug Flap Flap, but they're speedy boys.
Yeah, they were saying to me for the last boss, you have to get it from 50 to 0 in one go, and they've managed to do it fantastically. And there's the time. I remember they're going to send screenshots for double verification, because as you know, we have 2 teams running, well, 4 teams, 2 matches running at the same time, and that's an insane time. That's around 4 minutes, I think, from what I can see. But it was really interesting because they're saying for the last boss, you basically have 50 seconds of RP. If you need to get the boss from 50 down to 0 in 3 seconds, is what they're telling you. If you can't do that, you sit through the RP, or if you have a different way of doing it. Maybe we'll find a different team with a different strategy, but we're gonna definitely go Rug Rug Flap are leading 1-0, but Mr. Fist have to finish. Why? Because the fastest team from the first round goes and plays the team with the bye. So a bye is, if you're wondering, is a skip. So basically the team that wins one map will get the chance to skip round 1, because there's only 5 teams. They can get the chance to play the team who were the fastest in round 1. So Mr. Fist absolutely have to finish and make sure they set as quick as possible time here, and not get disappointed from the fact that they're still going and Rug Rug Flap are resetting.
Yeah, I would say sometimes it is nice to go through that role play. You know, spread it out, get the fun.
Warm up the oven. Absolutely. Maybe we can have a look at the other team that's running at the same time. There's 2 more running at the same time as these 2, which should be Chasing Tails versus Time Walking, I believe. Over those, with our previous winners from the previous event that we did, also at level 30, when they came out with some crazy strategy, shooting all around the map. It was really fantastic to watch, and they are currently, I'm getting told by production, currently stalling at the beginning. I don't know what's currently going on with that. Maybe we can sort that out, and we can go back to watching the previous match, as there isn't much to have a look at, as we're on the last boss here with Mr. Fist, and you can see that barrier come out as well, which is going to make things awkward for them. I don't think they managed to burn through it.
No, they didn't, and now that you obviously need to deal with the transition phase where you get slammed upon, so you need to make sure that he slams his backside on those big massive posts. It would probably hurt if it was you and I, but you know, with that shield, it works well.
Fully lubricated boss here. He's still alive, and we're going from pillar to post, rather quite literally, and see what happens here. And maybe you can tell me a bit more about mobs in the motherlode and what we should be looking out for, Lux, as we are waiting for the teams to restart their runs. What do we think about that? How they handled some of the mobs that you were mentioning before?
They handled them like pros. I mean, which we were kind of expecting. All these guys run this content day in, day out. They know the ins and outs of pretty much which mobs are going to be dangerous, you know, and they know how to handle them really, really well. You know, again, it'll be a kind of cascading effect if one does get through and it kind of goes. So it's still to play for.
Absolutely, still to play for. What do you think is going to be a good time then? What's your prediction? Do you think around 4 minutes seem to be the perfect time? Are you expecting to see anything crazier than that, or do you think that was really the peak of perfection that we might see in a Motherlode run?
I mean, kind of like Formula One, you know, you've got some good times and some good benchmarks, but again, you've got the time walking community to come through. You've got Spin to Win. You've got Chasing Tails as well. We haven't got the times coming through for those just yet. I think 4 minutes is a good benchmark, but you know, I can see these guys pushing and taking off a shade more. I think I'm going to say for at least 3 minutes 30 for a good time.
3 minutes 30. Oh my goodness. We're not demanding much here. Just 30 seconds.
The challenge is out, boys and girls.
The challenge is out. Maybe they can find the right items to use. Just to go through items while we wait for teams to get started. There's obviously going to be a bit of getting used to the format as we go through here, as it's the first time we are hosting an event for them. There are things like such as there's no drums are allowed. There's certain invisibility items that are banned. So if you're at home wondering why they're not being used, then there is a list of items that have been prohibited from being used in this event today. So maybe you can, if you're wondering why you're not seeing drums used, then that would be the most obvious reason behind that. And each map, by the way, is going to be best of 3. If we could pull up maybe the scorecard and we can talk people through one of them. But each map is going to be best of 3. So here's an example one, even though Rug Flap haven't gone through just yet because each round is best of 3. So you have 2 matches. You see on the left-hand side, we have match 1, match 2. Each of those are going to be best of 3. And then obviously 2-0 or 2-1 takes you through into match 4 and match 5. Once again, best of 3, and then into the grand final, which will also be a best of 3. So you have match 1 and match 2 running at the same time. Match 4 and match 5. Sorry, match 3 and match 4 running at the same time. Am I going mad? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then match 5, obviously being the final, going on its own pace. And we have 2 teams already going into the next round here, which is already going into the map chasing tails and time walking. If we can have a look at how fast they're going, as we've got a couple of bosses down already here. What do we think about this one, Lux?
These guys are going super speedy. You've got obviously Carthy, Suzuki, and Mobriated on Chasing Tails. As you can see there, they're absolutely flying through up into the second boss. They're taking all the mobs and stuff as well. You've got the time walking community. It looks like they've just cleared the first boss there, but it looks like they might have split as well, because it looks like Guru's all alone. I wonder where the other 2 have disappeared to.
Yeah, we can have a look at that on the right-hand side at the add-on. We can see that some bosses are down already, and Goru is just out here soloing stuff. Like, he does not give a damn about any of these mobs. Although the polymorph might change his mind about that, but his pet's up there helping him out. He's gonna probably be out here trying to get the ads down for percentage, as he's pulling quite a few of the little ones. Each mob is 1%. It doesn't matter the size or the health pool. It's just one mob equals 1%. Sorry, lost my breath. So he's going to finish that off now. It looks like the boss is already down for time walking. It's just about doing the
trash. Like, wow. Okay, so what was that time? I mean, you called my 3 minutes 30 completely wrong. And that's got to be a record.
What's that time? I can't quite see that on my screen.
It's just too small, yeah.
My eye is just a bit too small for me to check out.
We're getting old, Coop. We're getting old.
I've been old for years. It's my knees. There's no way I could run this fast in real life or in game. It's a 352 coming through, so you almost calling it there. 352, fantastic. And we're getting a screenshot. It's screen sharing rather than window sharing. Fantastic. We almost saw something that we might not wanted to. We're going to have a look at Chasing Tails then, because we've got to work out who is going to be the best of the rest, unless Chasing Tails can obviously pull out something even quicker. Maybe they started slightly further behind as they're into the third boss here, pulling a couple of mobs, but it doesn't look like they're handling this other pack quite as efficiently as we saw those double arcane mages handling.
Yeah, it looks like they're definitely struggling trying to get some of those abilities down, and you can see that lava lash just coming out there from the mastermind as well. But they've got them down there into this boss now again. Got to be super careful with that frontal ability. It's nothing worse when she blows all over you. It's very, very hot.
Well, that's the best way to have it. It's pretty good damage out here coming from the Destrelok, and actually competing with the Arcane Mages here, and they're on their way again up towards the final boss, as Time Walking are on their way in the car out of the instance to reset. Let's have a look. Maybe we can have a competition now between Chasing Tails and the... Who is the other one? Mr. Fist, that's the one. Just have an idea of who's going to get that best... let's not call it best loser. It sounds a bit harsh. Third fastest. There we go. Third fastest time. We have another match ready for us though. If we can pull it up, Mr. Control, and we can have a look. Going back into Rug Flap, Mr. Fist. Remember, if Rug Flap win this one, they'll take the map. Well, they'll take round 1 as a 2-0 victory, and as we said, it's best of 3. What do you think the chances are for Mr. Fist to pull this off?
They need to. Yeah, I think these need to start pulling bigger and taking a few risks here and there, because as you can see, they're at the second boss now, whereas Rug Rug Flap Flap have just destroyed the third boss there. So again, they've got that advantage, whether it's the mages that are just pulling this through. They definitely need to pull out a different strategy by the looks of it if they need to try and take that edge.
Coming up to the last boss, this is the bit where they really have to make sure they get it right as we get the invis out to reset, because if we've already got the mobs down as much as possible, this is the part where their strategy is going to be much, much more interesting. I went fully northern with much more interesting. Then they have to make sure they get it down from
I'm
50 down to
offended.
0. Oh, you should be.
Human resources, where are
It was
you?
aimed directly at you because they don't have a brewmaster. One of the things that obviously is interesting about the brewmaster is that they can touch of death, but it's not needed when you do that much damage. Look at that! How quickly that boss went down. That was some hell of a burst.
Nothing but blue.
Nothing but blue. 4 minutes 5 we're getting, so 3 minutes 52 and a 4 minutes 5 there. We're getting pretty close times already from the two fastest teams that we've seen. I wonder if the Druid Man, the Legacy 30 theory crafting god, as we were getting the goat from people in chat, is going to come up with a strategy.
Oh wait, that was a sheep. Never mind. I tried to do a goat noise. I'm sorry, guys.
You can redeem yourself later by doing a goat noise straight into the camera.
Yes.
I wonder if he can do anything better. So 352 is then what we've seen. Are you going to revise your prediction, Lux? 330?
No, I'm confident. I am confident to get a 330 at least, or there or thereabouts, because these teams are absolutely smashing it.
They're going through at one hell of a pace. And I wonder what we're going to have a bit of an update on the scores as we go through. We need production to tell us the screenshots and the final results, but that's all behind the scenes. We've only had one match of round one. We're still fresh and early in this tournament, and we're waiting now for other teams to start. But it looks like Rubber Flap have probably taken it 2-0 already, actually. And I think I might be wrong. Rubber Flap might have taken it 2-0.
Yeah, no, you are right. Screenshot that and clip it, actually saying Cooper's right. So there we go. But yeah, it looks like they've got that, and obviously they're through to the second part.
I'll play it to my wife as foreplay. And here we have Chasing Tails and Time Walking then as the other match that's left to decide. We have a new follower, thank you very much. As the other match that's left to decide, unless that's already been decided. If someone can let me know, that would be absolutely fantastic. As to what's happened, because we went so quick. I wasn't quite expecting teams to go through quite that fast. But we've got ages to go tonight, so I'm happy they're going quite quickly. We need clarification then on who's going to be the third fastest. What do we reckon? Third fastest, who's it going to be?
Third fastest, I'm going to see Mr. Fist, I think, just on my gut.
There you go. What did you like about that team specifically?
I just love Cleveland's name, because I really secretly hope that he is actually from Ohio as well, because that would just be an amazing name.
Well, hopefully, maybe we can get confirmation if Cleveland is from Ohio for the many
If
different
he's not,
times.
I am disappointed. I want a minus points. I want a minus points to Mr. Fist if that's not the right thing. And for those guys who are actually wondering, Cleveland is actually obviously a city in Ohio State in the US, so it would make sense, right?
It would make sense. I don't think anyone else has got quite that level of pun in their names, but maybe they have. Maybe
Ohio.
Oh my goodness, maybe we're just missing it, and we haven't quite got the brain power to catch up with that kind of thing. We have one team still finishing, which is Mr. Fist, and they're just on the last boss now. If we could have a quick look at them finishing off and see what their final time is from this dungeon with your favorite Cleveland.
Yeah, looks like they're just in the droppy downy phasey bit. Yeah, so you've got the arrow above them. So once again, the boss needs to drop his behind. Is that his little bit drill? Oh, never mind. I'll stop there, guys.
We are professional. The droppy downy bit, which is now what it's going to be called for every single phase.
He's going to drill it. Yeah.
Getting through this shield, going on to the last one, and then we're going to get a final time, and we can work out for you who's going through into the next round. What would you say has surprised you the most so far from what we've seen? Was it the double arcane damage? Was it maybe the Destro lock? We talked with Druidman before about some of the more meta classes. Was there anything that really took you by surprise as we watched?
Just the speed of it. I mean, we did it. I mean, we're not professionals, but when we were running it, we were doing, what was it, like 6 minutes, give or take?
Oh, we were doing 3, Lux. We were doing 3.
That's a lie, guys. I'm here to keep the coop on the straight and narrow. Okay, we were doing about 6 minutes, give or take. But yeah, just a huge speed. I mean, I do have. What is the fastest time right now? Is it still the 3:52?
I believe so. I believe it's the 352 that is still the fastest. Yeah.
If you guys are listening, step it up, boys and girls and theys.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'm not going to say anything about the different genders on display, but actually we were wrong. Time walking is still going, so clearly we jumped the gun with that one, and we apologise, and we hope to be more professional as the stream goes goes on. 352 there, still out there to be beaten then, and let's have a look at how they do between. Well, they're still going through. Chasing Tails still going through. Anything that you can think of in terms of Chasing Tails managing to pull off what seemed to be after the first round a tiny bit of an upset.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to tighten it up a little bit. As you can see, they're just going through all the trash mobs now. Are they heading up to the first boss, I believe?
Yeah, I believe we're looking at Goru soloing the first boss as well. That's definitely what it looks like to me. It looks like everyone else has just run straight past it, unless I am very much confused. But this would be what Goru is known for, is finding those abilities to just run off by himself and just take down a load of different mobs and whatever. And it was very much him taking it down by himself. As you can see, the second boss is already down, so all that's left for him to do now really is to pick up some struggling mobs. As it looks like they're on 50% on the mob completion rate, and you can see this. There we go. He's back up with his team now. You see the spinning Brewmaster, and he's just going to go straight past, zoom off, and do his own thing, which is really what we love to see. But yeah, absolutely confirmed that Rug Flap have gone through to the next round, and it looks like, look at this parachute as well, finding all those interesting mechanics to get to the mobs that are the easiest to kill, because once again 1% per mob doesn't really matter. He's gone all the way past all of those onto the boss. Wow.
It looks like he feigned death, though. Has he actually pulled those mobs, or they reset again? Yeah, they've actually reset. Yeah, he feigned death to get all those mobs off. But once again, look at his damage. He's just that's not even a boss. That's a trash mob to Guru.
Absolutely. I mean, you can have a look at the list of buffs at the top. It's changing spec as well. Oh, this is lovely, and you can see the rest of his team following through now. Slow coaches bringing up the rear, but they're really bringing all of the mobs with them. They managed to get rid of all of them. It looks like now the strategy was to basically to get through that point, not do all of the mobs like we saw with the double arcane mage, line of sight, nuke them all down. Their strategy was very much just run past them, reset them, and then get Goru to go back and take down the packs one by one as the Brewmaster goes over to the last boss with the Warlock, and he's going to take it down himself, because obviously one of the things with the Brewmaster is once again touch of death. From 50 to 0 it's not quite as important that you have the whole team there really stacking that damage. You can just basically get to 30% or whatever, touch of death, and he's down.
Yeah.
Especially if you have something like a Battlemaster trinket to increase your health, right?
I mean, exactly. You've pretty much just hit the nail on the head. The strategy that Time Walking community, once again, they're pulling out is absolutely insane. Just the fact that Guru can survive all this damage coming out and just solo most of these mobs, and his output is absolutely insane.
There we go. And we have confirmation of their time. If only my eyes were good enough to see what that would be for you, then that would be fantastic. But I'm sure we'll get confirmation from someone in the near future as to what they got. And then we have the confirmation. 3:36. I'm getting from Banner. 3:36.
What do I get?
Goodness.
What do I get?
I don't remember 3:36 quite being 3:30.
No, I said 3:30-ish. That counts because it's got 3:3 in it. It could have been 3:39 point, I don't know, 99.
3:30-ish is like 6 inches.
You know, this is what I'm going to do. Well done, Lux. Yeah, good job.
You probably hear it, but she was patting herself on the back. But 6 seconds is a long time. I agree with Blinks. Absolutely.
Really?
It depends what you're doing. What would you consider 6 seconds to be a long time for?
Bungee jumping.
True.
Bungee jumping for 6 seconds. You've probably wet yourself and lost your voice screaming all the way down.
Most likely, but I mean, you're attached to a rope. It's better doing that than not being attached.
Rope snap.
True. Let's just move on to keeping this professional as we have the final the scores for you, or teams into the next round already set. Although Chasing Tails are still going, so who knows? We have Rug Flap, therefore the winners 2-0 against Mr. Fist. They go through to play Time Walking, who beat Chase the Tails, also 2-0. Then we have entering the tournament Spin to Win, who won pretty much all of the previous tournaments and therefore got the bye for the Motherload. And they're gonna face also Rug Flap. Mr. Producer, something has gone horrifically wrong here. We're gonna have to
At least have Mr. Fist in one of those boxes, I believe.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a mistake over here, so we're gonna have a bit of a change of this graphic because Rug Flap aren't playing on both sides of this. Otherwise, it would be.
I mean, they
very
are
much...
good. They could literally split their teams.
They really could. We're about to see a bit of live video editing. Look at that. Spin to Win against Spin to Win themselves. Oh, he's panicking. He's panicking.
Mr. Fist, Adam. Mr. Fist, you can do it. Next one up. There we go.
Oh, a big round of applause.
Round of applause for Adam, guys. Get those emojis in, chat.
Okay, well, there we go. Apparently all confirmed now. All confirmed. Rug Flap are going to be facing Time Walking Spin to Win against Mr. Fist. I'm sure production are going to grab those people, put them in to a channel together and start the timer so we can be nice and quick. What do you think then, going in as a preview for that Rug Flap and Time Walking Spin to Win versus Mr. Fist? Rug Flap against Time Walking surely has to be the highlight of round 2 for the Motherload.
That is going to be some exciting play. Surely, I'm not sure if the teams have been managing to look at each other to try and steal each other's tactics, to try and split off here, split off there. You know, it's still to play for here.
Yeah, we have Spin to Win entering for the first time, defending champions. Do we think 336 is going to be what they were expecting? Do you think maybe they've been taken by surprise? Could they really do that much quicker? They said they were confident about everyone. 336 seems like a crazy time.
Nah, they can do it. I've got every faith in every team to absolutely smash this again. You know, the first run, they've got it out there. They've got the taste of it. They've warmed themselves up. They know what they can do, can get away with. You know, I'm going to see there's some really quick times coming through in these second rounds.
Yeah, we're very excited then to see Spin to Win and the Druid Man's team enter in this round. And then obviously we have the draw that I think Twitch chat is excited to see, which is Rug Flap and Time Walking. I wonder if teams are going to change their strategies then as we move through. Because they're obviously going to be able to watch each other, and we're off here on Rug Flap, Time Walking, exciting times. Do you think that teams are going to change their strategies and maybe evolve throughout the dungeon by watching it?
They need to, yeah, especially if they're behind by like a few seconds here, a few minutes there. You know, they need to try and clever use of game mechanics, shall we say, and try and at least find those extra times, especially if they want to try and progress through and get those great prizes that are currently on offer. You know, they need to at least pull out some kind of different strategy to try and push that time.
Absolutely. You mentioned the prizes once again to recap. 3 million gold is on offer. EU or NA, doesn't matter. 1.5 million to the winners, and then obviously less than that to second and third place. So the team that comes first is going to get 5 points, comes second gets 4 points, and then scaling down to all the way to 1 point, and that's per dungeon. So we're going to have 3 dungeons, all of them are going to be important. First 3 get rather large gold prizes. I'd be happy with any of them. I'm absolutely a broke boy.
Oh, I'd be more than happy with large things like that, yeah.
Yeah, although I know our guy behind the scenes, Smith, is a very much a multi-millionaire in WoW, and I'm incredibly jealous. Maybe you can send him a message.
Blinks too. They could tag team you.
Blinks and Smith, what a tag team.
Yeah, exactly. But as you can see, you've got both teams on the first boss there. That's almost neck and neck, can we say?
almost neck and neck. But obviously, in terms of the first boss, we have basically one person doing the first boss versus three. Although the arcane mages do make it light work. The one thing I was definitely surprised by is just how easy, as you were saying previously, Goro makes this look on his hunter, just basically rinsing through these bosses basically like he's a three-man team himself, just goes straight through them. And I'm excited to see if there's any element of jeopardy in some of the jumps he does in the resets. Maybe it doesn't work, maybe he gets a bit of bad RNG, who knows. But we see big damage coming out here on the mobs on the left hand side of Rug Flap. Double arcane mages jumping and spamming arcane explosion the way that arcane explosion was meant to be played. If you jump, you do double the damage of it. I'm going to go down into the most exciting section of the dungeon where things really can go wrong. You get polymorphed at the wrong time. The whole team gets polyed. You don't get out of poly by taking damage. You just sit there and you will basically get smacked to death, which is not a pleasant experience. But Goro has managed to make the jump and the reset, and he's going to be on that third boss already, as it looks like Rug Flap are perhaps going for a slightly different strategy here.
Yeah, I think Rug are just going for their sheer damage output, as you said, with those arcane mages, those arcane blasts and everything. They're just melting the mob. So whereas you've got obviously the time walking community splitting up and using their single damage to try and maximize their time, you know, they're keeping as a 3 for Flap, and yeah, they're absolutely storming it now onto the last boss.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that if that invis he meant to take the last boss. It looks like he's going to start this boss. I'm not sure if he's going to try and burn through it himself. He thinks he has enough damage and enough cooldowns. Perhaps this is an interesting strategy to send one off on his own. Maybe he's going to try and get it down to 50%, and then his team's going to follow him up a bit later and take it down. Or he does seem to be doing a hell of a lot of damage and keeping himself alive. Perhaps that mob following him in there wasn't intended, as Goro and Time Walking Community seems to have 10 or 15% left, plus the last boss. Looks like we got close to a death on the left hand side, but he's managed to keep himself alive. They've got all the mobs down. It's just the boss.
They've got it, yeah.
They've managed to finish the run, but I think Time Walking started a bit later than them. It's just a couple more mobs left to go for Goro. He managed to time this absolutely perfectly. If he can get through these, he's got a bit of a cleave damage. So now we get side to side. What are the times that we have for Rug Flap versus Time Walking? Need a bit of confirmation as they go out and send this. Blinks, can you let me know the times again, please? That would be very nice of you, because I can't see. 3:44 to 3:39. Rug Flap 3:34. Time Walking 3:39. I'm being told. 5 seconds in it.
Wow, 5 seconds. That's so exciting. I don't know what else to say. I'm like, it's a good job my seat isn't like that, because I'd be sleeping because of this excitement that's going on right now. But 5 seconds is nothing.
While you renew the Velcro on your chair, they're going to reset the different dungeons and get themselves positioned. Maybe talk a bit of strategy as they're running out and resetting and making sure that everything is going to run even more smoothly than before, because that was super close. I mean, I expected it to be close. I knew the times before, but it looks like come tournament day, teams have just took off that tiny bit more time even, and they're really pushing themselves. It's can only really get so close before it's just an impossibly quick time to beat. So this is fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it's gripping edge of your seat stuff. It's almost like an exciting horror movie where you just don't know where everything's going to go. But as I said earlier, you know, they're getting used to the tactics and things. They get more comfortable with the dungeon, and like even in progression, when you get used to something, you shave off those extra seconds, and that's what's going to count in this tournament.
Absolutely, it's all about percentage decreases in time, but obviously a percentage, it's 5% when you're running at 5 minutes or 5% when you're running at 3 minutes. I mean, how close can they get? So before, when they were doing the theory crafting, perhaps they were thinking, well, we need to take off a minute here, a minute there, etc., etc., etc. And then, well, when it's only 5 seconds, then you're thinking about half a second. How can I find half a second here, half a second there, etc., etc. So now it becomes a different type of designing the run. Rather than finding big chunks of skipping time, you're thinking again, how can I find those couple of seconds, or that half a second here, half a second there, to really hammer home your advantage, really. And with 5 seconds between, we saw 3:32 was a fantastic run, but we know now it can be a bit slower. If Rug Flap go a tiny bit quicker, then all of a sudden it's 1-1, and it's all on the final map, and that really is pressure.
Exactly. But again, with those split-second timers, if they want to push it, they want to get those extra seconds, that takes on extra risk for obviously the dungeon as well, and for the groups. If they're in a threesome, they might be able to get away with it, but if they're doing what Guru says and they're splitting up, just trying to push for that extra second could end up causing them 10.
Absolutely. And here we go. Spin to win, making their entry into this tournament. The defending champions against Mr. Fist, who are very much AFK at the start of the dungeon, but we'll have a look anyway at Spin to win and what they're going to be up to. It seems like they're actually going relatively for a relatively bulky pull here, all on top of the first
Pulling
boss.
the entire first, yeah.
Yeah, pulling the entire, basically, instance into this first room. And I wonder what their strategy is for doing this. If they're just going for it. It just looks like they just keep running. Just hold W and win. That's a line of sight pull here as we go around the corner. I wonder if we can see some really big damage starting to come out here as all of this spinning comes out on this Brewmaster. Just spamming that spin to win button. That's what the team is obviously named after. And I wonder, what do you think? 3:30 for spin to win? Do you think that's the time they're aiming for? Do you expect an upset?
Yeah, I mean, they've got to go through it as quickly as possible. As you can see, the mobs are melting with that spin to win. And again, you've got the cleave damage from the whirlwind and stuff. And all their health bars are just bouncing around at the moment. How they're staying up is absolutely insane. Their healing and their damage output is crazy at this level. I honestly don't know how they do it. But the monk...
Yeah, absolutely. He's gone a bit low, but he's got that, I believe, life stealing enchant on his weapon, same as the warrior. Life stealing does a fantastic amount of damage, but obviously, as it's in the name, it gives you a bit of healing as well, and he can keep himself up and going. It looks like he has Eskander's right paw as well. It looks like at the minute equipped for that haste buff. Although I have to say the boss is going down relatively slowly here, which is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, they've split up now. So the Holy Priest has actually gone ahead by the looks of it, as Cleveland and, of course, Lucario finish off that boss as they're rushing on through.
Absolutely, got a bit caught on terrain, and that's what I mean. I know it seems so tiny and so small, but when you got 5 seconds, when you got caught on that terrain, if you do that a couple of times, that's a second, right? And that's now what's going to get into your head. And as you get into the more the quicker runs against the teams that are really putting on the pressure, it's those small mistakes that's starting to come out. It's not going to be perfect play. It looks like Lucario's changing character. I don't even know what's going on the Mr. Fist side of things. I think they're just forfeited or something like this. I'm not really sure. As spin to win, going through now onto the third boss. It looks like they're definitely going for the tactic of everything onto the boss. I wonder if they're going to pull him line of sight, or if they're going to have something else up their sleeve.
This is going to be a very risky tactic here, especially if they start getting CC'd. But yep, he's pushing out that damage. He's obviously getting it down. He is a glob at the moment. He's a glob again.
He just has so much healing though on him. He's just that his health is not really going anywhere. Maybe it's that Holy Priest managing to keep him up quite nice and easy. Or maybe this is the part with a bit of RNG, where maybe if you don't get polymorphed, you manage to escape it somehow, and maybe that's the way that you can pick up a couple of seconds there without doing LOS. And they're going to move over onto the last boss, and as the time is, the mob percentage is almost done, we can get a final time from them and see just how likely they are to retain the title that they've had for multiple events back to back before this one.
I definitely think they've retained this one. It looks like Mr. Fist have forfeited this round, at least to them. Their hope is obviously if they can get Skyreach, if that's one of their dungeons that they know really, really well, they should be able to pull this one back.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about the skip, because as we were mentioning before, advertise, what a name! My goodness, I don't know how we got that name. What time they got? Let's stop there. Let's have a look. What time does Spin to Win have?
4 minutes and 6 seconds.
4 minutes 6. It's competitive. Maybe they just not have enough of a warm up, but they absolutely Spin to Win should set a time. Remember, every team gets some points. So if you are the fastest loser of round 2, then you will be in 3rd place. And 3rd place overall does get a prize. That's worth remembering. It's worth remembering. Maybe we're going to have a look at how's it going in the other match of today, which is going to be the Rug Flap versus the Time Walking Community. Are we still going with it? We're pretty far through the second run now. Let's have a look at how things are lining up between them, as we have, it looks like Rug Flap. He's managed to reset this a little bit better. He's managed to get through without pulling that extra ad. So maybe he's going to find a couple of seconds that he needs here. Time Walking Community have finished. The time is on the screen. Let's see what Rug Flap can manage to pull off.
Well, they've got it here
through.
now.
Is he going to be able to get it through? Is he going to be able to get the whole way through this health bar? Is he going to do it? Last couple of seconds left.
Should be able to go.
There he goes. He gets it down.
Oh, nice.
So
Well done.
He's got a couple, but they've got a couple of mobs still to go. They haven't finished all the mobs. Maybe it wasn't a bad thing pulling that mob in with them last time. What's he going to do now to get these last couple of mobs down and the boss?
Ooh.
Maybe it just hasn't gone very well for them at all.
It hasn't. It looks like they still got one boss left as well.
It does look like they still have one up. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And
No,
I
it's
just want to
not
say,
wrong.
yeah, we'll get through this, but we just got to say thank you very much to Ollie BA donated £25, sorry, I'm thinking American, to Safe in Our World. Safe in Our World is the official charity partner of the Starship community. So we have the time on the screen. If we can just get absolute confirmations from anyone, Blinks, if you're happy to do the confirmation of time roll for those of us who have smaller screens or phones, that would be absolutely delicious, and I would love you very much. And we're gonna have to go 5 minutes exact for Rug Flap. So I'm not quite sure what happened there for them to get 5 minutes. That's quite surprising.
It's one of those things, isn't it? It's when you start pushing and pushing and pushing, you try and get those extra times, but unfortunately, it looks like they've had some kind of wipe somewhere, or they've definitely lost a couple of members, which is obviously cause for them time to go.
Yeah, we have a Spin to Win and Chasing Tails still to. Oh, we have a bit of a change. It's Spin to Win versus Chasing Tails. I was told not Spin to Win versus Mr. Fist. There was a bit of a mix up, it seems. I'm not quite production. You are having a talk with me after this. Your role is being reevaluated as we speak. I'm not quite sure now what to say. Who won the first one then? If production can reach out to me and tell me, did Mr. Fist, did Chasing Tails get a better time than Spin to Win? That's what I want to know. So it looks like Time Walking are very much there through, I believe. Time Walking did 2-0, and yeah, Chasing Tails were faster, so we were previously wrong. We had a bit of a hiccup there.
I'm going to show my age. We need to give Smith the dunce cap, I think. Can you remember those back in the day?
I'm not that old for a dunce cap and sitting in the corner. Maybe it's a northern thing.
It could be a northern thing, but nah, it's got to be a universal thing. I'm almost certain.
I'm not going to ask you how old you are, but I'm sure you are 21. You're absolutely 21.
I'm 39. that pause. What can I say?
Anyway, back to the dungeons.
I act like a 21-year-old. But yeah, back to it. Chasing Tails are at it. Spin to Win are in there as well. They are collecting all the mobs again. Be very, very careful. Looks like they're pulling the entire first room.
Yeah, here comes the damage from the destruction warlock we were told to look out for. So perhaps Spin to Win are a bit concerned about that element of the other team, because the teams didn't know the compositions of the other teams, so it was all a bit up in the air as to what who was going to play what. It was all a secret. Everything was pretty much kept from them. So
it was kept in the CIA bunker.
Absolutely, it was. It was kept hidden, secret, locked away, and they're all finding out today what's going on. So it's very much an interesting experience for multiple different reasons, as we have huge amounts of AoE coming out, as we were told before the dungeons even started by our interview with Druidman. Look at the amount of damage here from the warrior and the monk. They're keeping up with each other really nicely. It's huge numbers. Gotta hope they didn't get hit by the AoE and they managed to get out in time. Chasing Tails having a bit of a flashing red screen there for the low health. as the Warlocks are running through as fast as they can. Super speed Warlock as well. And a huge amount of mobs coming through. Let's see if they can deal with them as cleanly as Spin to Win have.
Yeah, pretty much looks like they're almost kind of neck and neck, other than they've just obviously Spin to Win have just killed the first boss there, so they're edging it a little bit more than what Chasing Tails are. Chasing Tails are definitely chasing their tails in this run, whereas Spin to Win is definitely winning with all those spinnings.
Absolutely, absolutely. Beautiful team name for exactly describing what they're up to today. Moving through onto the next boss for Spin to Win. Chasing Tails still finishing up boss number 1, but it does look like they've got big damage now that the Warlock's able to focus on that boss. And down he goes, and they're going to catch up with Spin to Win, who are already flying through. Second boss down already. Going to take the cart or just jump. Let's have a look. One person jumps. Second person just about gets the parachute at the right time. Looks like he might clip that, but he manages to get through beautifully without so much of a problem. He's going to pull all of these into the next boss room. Again, we're going to see huge AoE.
Yeah, it looks like Spin to Win as well. It looks like the Holy Priest goes ahead and actually takes out the second boss, while the Spin to Win team, the other team's obviously killing off the first boss there. At least
Yeah,
that looks like the tactics are going.
We have a Holy Priest assassin. If only Matt were here to see it. Matt would love that kind of stuff. Holy Priest going off and soloing it by themselves, but no, not to be. What do you play, Lux? What's your character of choice?
My character of choice is, of course, my Death Knight. I've been playing my Death Knight since Wrath because I wanted a horse with shiny feet and something that had armor. And back in the day, I thought intellect and armor was the best stats to have as a DK. Yes, I was a noob. And still am.
Wow. Intellect and armor in Wrath as a DK?
Yeah, I used to just put on any armor that used to have more armor. So I thought the armor stat, like right at the top of the gear, was actually the best stat to have. So I would ignore everything else. And I remember, I don't know whether somebody was trolling me, was saying like, oh, you need intellect gear to help your spells because spells are intellect. I fell for it. But then I was shown the errors of my ways, so have no fear.
How did you find out, by the way?
I think I joined a guild. Oh my god, my first guild was the Condemned on Terracar. And I was shown the errors of my way by a couple of players there called, it was MD Krauser, who was the Death Knight at the place, and then there was a Paladin, but I can't remember his name now.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, and people in chat saying Mythic Raider, by the way.
Guys, this was like, I don't know, 12, 13, no, it could be, oh my god, it could be 16 years ago. When was Wrath out? 2008?
You were old enough to know better. That's what we're going to say. Old enough to know better.
No.
Raider-ish.
We all start somewhere, guys. We all start somewhere. As you can see, we're at the third boss now, and getting back on track. Chasing Tails have got down the third boss. Then they're pushing up towards the last one now. But it looks like we've got Spin to Win. They've actually completed it. What is the time?
4:47. We're getting through from Blinks, doing his beautiful roll. In chat, what could be worse? When I started in BC, I thought hunters had to stack strength to pull the bow cord back. Oh, it makes sense.
See, it makes sense. Thank you very much, whoever is on the Legacy 30 Twitter account right now. Thank you. We stick together. I'm raising my yacht for you.
I mean, strength for the bow makes more sense than intellect for a Death Knight, though.
Death Knight has spells. Okay, spells have intellect. I was a smart DK. Leave me alone. As we've got the time through for Chasing Tails, Blinks if you would.
Yeah, Blinks if you would. I like don't release you monkey. Wow, what a thing on the screen coming through. I think that's something I need. Either 5 minutes for or 6 minutes for. Either way, not as quick as Spin to Win. Well, to be in chat, to be honest, Hunters. Oh my goodness. Well, to be honest, Hunters did want Int because of Arcane Shot and Vanilla. Probably. I mean, they did want because they had a mana pool in vanilla. It wasn't focused, wasn't it?
Yes, that is correct. They had mana all the way up through Wrath. I think chat will be able to help us out with that. I'm sure it changed in Cat to focus.
Yeah, I think it was Cataclysm that changed the focus. Yeah. Anyway, enough of us talking about Cataclysm. As we have the final results of who goes through. So Time Walking, as we saw, go through into the final, and they play defending champions Spin to Win. And I believe, and I would need confirmation, that Rug Flap would therefore be the fastest loser from that bracket, and Chasing Tails would be the slowest loser from that bracket. If I will get confirmation of that, and I will keep you up to date as soon as I find out. Time Walking versus Spin to Win, and what are we expecting? So far, Time Walking have a much quicker time than Spin to Win. What do you think, Lux? What are your predictions are coming through into this final, also best of 3?
Again, both teams are in the final because of the reason that they were the quickest, and hopefully Spin to Win have been paying attention to some of Time Walking's tactics, and they might be able to pull it out of the bag. But again, it's not over. You know, it just takes one wrong move for any team to throw them back a few minutes.
No, absolutely. We know, though, from previous events, Time Walking are incredibly consistent. They are high-level players themselves in retail. Spin to Win, obviously, as well, do have high-level Mythic Plus and Raiders at max level. Although, as we found out from Lux, doesn't mean that they can't have DKs with Spirit and Intellect gear. So who knows what's going to happen.
I didn't have Spirit, I had Intellect, thank you.
MP5 DK is the new meta. As we go into the final and we load up this screen, so the final of the Motherload, best of 3, once again, Time Walking versus Spin to Win. Still zeros on the board, as you can see, top left. We're going to update those as we get the final scores. Just to reiterate, this is the Legacy 30 Dungeon Dash event hosted by Starship. Bottom right hand corner of your screen right now is the Discord L or link, if you will, for the Legacy 30 community, as well as for Starship. If you like what we're doing today, then please come and join both of us. And if you want to find the Legacy 30 community all for yourselves, then you know where to go. It's all in the name. And yeah, we're getting in chat that Spin to Win are the American team with an EU spy, as we heard, Druid Man with a lovely British accent, and Time Walking being EU. So if you don't know who to support, maybe you can go via regions for this one, as NA take on EU in the final. And we had someone say EU supremacy in chat earlier, even though I believe he was actually from the North American region. Patrick the Pure from one of the previous Time Walking events. What are you thinking, Lux, going into the final?
Make Europe great again. Make Europe great again.
Make Azeroth great again. Absolutely. What's your predictions for this then, going into the final?
I'm going to predict that both teams are going to give it their all to become the winner of this current Motherload dungeon. I don't actually have a favourite. Both teams are in it to win it.
I have no favourites. Okay. No predictions, no favourites. Okay, keeping completely impartial.
Hashtag impartiality.
I have absolutely no idea what that means, but we're going to move on and have a look at the dungeon as Time Walking have already started. Maybe Spin to Win are just watching, seeing how it starts as the timer counts down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're into the final. The first map or first match or whatever you want to call it of the final. Gory flying through as he normally does. Spin to Win staying as a group. They're going to have that massive AoE pull into the first boss. And we're going to have the competition between splitting up and staying together. Although obviously we do have that Holy Priest who, as you said, goes through onto the second boss, was it, Lux? And manages to basically solo that. So we have 2 different solo classes, going up head to head now with each other. We have the Holy Priest going off on his own and the Survivor Hunter on his own. We're going to see who manages to do it better, to take all of the points for their team.
It's definitely going to be a close call because, again, their strategies are very similar, but as you said, slightly different soloing classes there. But again, the Holy Priest can output that damage as well as keep themselves up. You know, it's going to be close. Just look at that damage that's been outputted by War Cleveland there, and of course Lucario. They're just absolutely nailing these mobs.
Absolutely. I don't think Lucario is in this team, but I'm pretty sure it's the Druid ban. I think. I'm pretty
Oh,
sure it is.
It is
Anyway,
Investor Boy. Sorry, that is my mistake because they've almost got the same setup. My apologies.
they do have a pretty similar setup. Cleveland obviously being your favourite player, so I'm surprised that you weren't saying you're rooting for Spin to win, but it does seem like it's taken them quite a decent amount of time to get through this. Maybe it's a strategy issue with having that many mobs when you're just trying to cleave them all down rather than splitting it up and dragging them through the dungeon. As we got the risky bit here for Goru as he flies through, going to disengage, going to run through, and he's going to feign. As long as this works, he doesn't get polyed, nothing goes wrong. Here comes the harpoon, gets out, and then here's the bit where he feigns. Perfectly done. And if you can do that right every single time, then you're going to have absolutely no problems. That they're already 2 bosses down, 3rd boss on his own, same tactic as before, and here we go. Someone saying in chat, maybe DM and Lucario are the same person after all, and them saying, I don't kiss and tell.
However, all classes are the same, right? All players same. Well, pass. We'll go on. As you can see, we're going through. We've got the 3rd boss down there for the time walking community as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But on the subject of kiss and tell, do you kiss and tell, Lux? Any stories that we can share with the chat?
Not for. They're not PG, I'm afraid.
Not PG, and of course it is before 9 p.m. in the US, and therefore we can't tell them. It's all our US or watchers are the reason that Lux can't tell her non-PG stories, unfortunately. If only you were in the EU.
If only you were on our Discord channel, you would see my drunken antics not a week ago.
Lux does post some saucy pics. We need Lux's saucy pics channel, but that's for you to join our Starship community Discord if you want to see those kind of pictures. We've gone through to the 3rd boss, time walking 4th boss down, just a couple of ads to go, and we're going to get a final time from them, and then it's all up to Spin to win to be able to nuke them all down, but Polymorph's coming out. It doesn't look like going to be able to get away with it in terms of the RNG. Final time out for time walking. Once again, I'm going to ask Blinks to do the honours for me. 3:42, huge time
That is
under pressure.
massive.
Huge time under pressure. And then we're going to go back to Spin to win. Balls in their court. Are they going to be able to do anything? It doesn't look like the time is going to be on their side, though.
No, it's definitely not. They're just falling behind, even with the split strategy. Oh, they've got the Holy Priest almost going down there. They're now rushing, obviously, to the last and final boss. But you know, for this next round, they need to find that extra time to try and compete with Guru and the time walking community. They're definitely pushing the EU up there.
No, absolutely. The other 2 maps are the ones that perhaps are slightly more strategic, slightly different routes you can take. Although we already saw lots of different strategies for even this boss alone, with the Brewmaster being able to take this boss down, pretty much delete it in one go. I think maybe we'll get a perfect chance to see it here. Maybe you'll have the touch of death up for this boss when it gets to around 50% or 30% or so. But there we go, straight down from 30%, and that's their time. Looks like a 4:28. But maybe you can confirm that, which would mean that time walking are going to be 1-0 up in the grand final of the first map. Do you think there's any way back here for Spin to win?
There is. They've got the tactic right. It just needs to try and push out. I don't know how they're going to push out more damage. Again, the strategies are roughly the same. You know, I don't know whether it's just the damage output or the tactics are just slightly different as they go off camera. But you know, they can do it. They need to pull back at least 30 seconds here, or pray that Guru messes up sometime with his little parachute, and you know, stranger things have happened.
Yeah, I think you'd be a brave man to bet that that's going to happen. But as you say, stranger things have happened. Absolutely, a stranger person. Oh, whatever. We'll
very politically correct there.
We'll skip by. We'll absolutely skip by that, as we need to go and queue them up again for round 2 of the best of 3 in this final in the Motherlode. As you said, they really have to try and find a huge amount of time. Honestly, it's going to be crazy, but they find it. Maybe their setup's going to be more beneficial in one of the later maps, and maybe they can pull back the points there because they're going to get minimum of 4 points from this. They could get 5, but the worst situation they're going to be in is 1 point behind going into map 2. That's not an awful position to be in, of course. Stranger things have happened, Time Walking will get the bye if they win. So they obviously Spin to Win will have to compete against another team. But I mean, maybe it's just the class composition. Maybe it's just not enough single target damage. Who knows? What do you think? Do you think they're maybe doing AoE slightly better, but it's just not crossing over into giving them enough time?
I think it's just the sheer AoE coming through, and of course with the Destro Walk and the this spinny boy, they're just doing so much AoE damage. And of course, Guru has that single target damage where he's taking down, I mean, soloing bosses by himself, and of course all those mobs and stuff as well. They need to find somewhere or some way of trying to compete with that kind of damage.
My favorite North American paladin, Patrick the Pure, in chat. I'm Goru's proud father. Son is playing like a champ right now. Absolutely, Patrick was absolutely fantastic in one of the previous Time Walking events. He was the purest person I've ever met. We were trying to make him filthy, Lux, but he was just not having any of it.
I'm sure I can. Well, he's not met me yet, so I'm sure we can turn Patrick the Pure into pure filth. As we get ourselves away there with the Time Walking community once again, they're absolutely storming. Look at that, they're 2-3-shotting some of these mobs.
Yeah, they've managed to find a strategy that works absolutely perfectly for them and for the absolute best speed they can possibly find. Patrick, you're more than welcome to join our Discord and see if it can happen. Maybe Lux can turn this this pure man around. She's I don't know. Have you done it before, Lux?
I mean, Lucifer was an angel, right? He fell. Patrick the Pure can also fall.
I'll keep you at arm's length, Patrick. I'll make sure that she doesn't do anything to take away any of that purity. So move into the first boss room. Once again, Gory's going to do the same tactic. I don't imagine that we're going to see anything. Just looking at your chart, it's great. I don't think we're going to see anything different from the Time Walking community, because why change something if it's not broken? Get a stun coming out on Spin to Win. They're just going to get kind of tanking a bit too much CC now. Maybe it's a fault of the composition, maybe not going LOS. Maybe they'll try something different here, but it looks like it's the same sort of thing. They're going to pull it all into the middle. Maybe they could have pull it around the corner, maybe like the double arcane mage that we saw earlier. And they could keep that a tighter bunch, because it seems like there's some stragglers at the back. They're all a bit too spread. They can't get a nice tight bunch, Lux.
No, they can't. They're too. I mean, their legs pretty much just no stop. The mobs are too spread out. Yeah, they're not making an effective use of that AoE of the AoE classes right now, especially with them all too far apart. Maybe that's where they're losing time.
Yeah, there's always this idea of using your health bar as a resource, right? And it doesn't really look like their health bar is really moving. It doesn't really look like it's bouncing around too much, and maybe they could, as you say, just take a bit more risk, but it doesn't really look like there is any more mobs they could have possibly pulled. It just seems like they're doing a fantastic job, but they're staying perhaps a bit too comfortable with their selection of classes, or what.
I mean, sometimes when you're with a class and you're quite comfortable with that class, you can maximize the damage output. You know, even if you go meta, just because it is meta doesn't mean you're any good at it. You know, some people can play that meta class and be bottom of the DPS meters, whereas somebody who just rolls it straight away can actually top the meters. So it's all about how you play that meta, and it looks like if they want to stay comfortable, then you know it could be the best thing for them.
Yep, Goro on the right, just showing how quickly he can take down that boss, and why I want to start a Mythic Plus team with him in the next expansion. And Spin to Win moving through down into this cart section. We have it in chat once again. Chat is getting spicier by the second. Banner saying, "Oi, the man has kids. Lux, stay away from him." And Patrick saying, "Coming into the Discord and popping Divine Shield off the rip." I think that is pretty much the only way to survive our Discord. Although Divine Shield only lasts for 10 seconds, so I mean, 6 seconds is a long time though, as we found out earlier.
Yeah, it all depends on who the person is, I suppose. And again, 6 seconds bungee jumping is a long time.
Yeah, well,
especially when you stretch it out.
Absolutely. The longer the fall, right? The longer the fall. Huge amounts of AoE DPS coming through for Spin to Win. It's just about the strategy. It's all going to come down now to, I wonder if this strategy has any more left in it. Is there any more juice in this strategy? Can they find a different way of using it? Because the Time Walking strategy is pretty much set. They went for the fastest strategy the whole way. Actually, one of the fastest runs was pretty much the first or second one they did, where it's a 3:36, I believe. Was it the quickest one?
Yeah, I think it was really
That was a fantastic run. We'll have to get the VOD of that one and upload it to the Legacy 30 Discord a
And
bit
there we
later as the
go.
final time comes through. Will they be able to 2-0 the final? Will they have took every single series 2-0, 2-0, 2-0? That would be a fantastic turnaround for them.
Yeah, I mean, Guru's team, if we can get the final score there for Guru's team, it was an absolutely phenomenal run again by them. Flawless, pretty much, as we've got a death here for Spin to win. It looks like Eddie Spin's been the first casualty, I believe, in this entire tournament.
Well, we were saying that perhaps the DH double mage might have had someone drop down given the time in the last round, so we're not entirely sure about if it's the first death. I don't want to give them a title.
First death witnessed by the casters. There we go. I'll rephrase that for you guys.
Yeah, so far we haven't cursed anyone. We haven't given anyone the caster curse, but maybe this is the first one. But it happens this many rounds, and maybe that's not a bad thing. We need confirmation of the times, but I'm pretty sure that Spin to Win haven't done it faster than Time Walking Community has on the last boss head.
No, they seem to be struggling, especially with the CC from a lot of those ads. Again, you've got to be so careful with CC in this that the mobs can put out if they're not dealt with can cause a few issues for quite a few teams.
Absolutely. Confirmation coming through of the time walking time, which is going to be a 3:49. Not their best. I mean, if they got that against when they were playing Rug Flat would have took a round or two off of them.
Easily, yeah. It just goes to show that if you change your tactics, or you just don't have those crits or the extra damage that you've put out for that 332. It goes to show it's still to win for anybody.
Yeah, this is one of the exciting things about this style of tournament. Is if they put together two 349s back to back in the previous round, they wouldn't have got through to the final at all, and it would have been Rug Flap who are probably sitting here watching this thinking, "Oh my goodness, why couldn't we have had a time like that when they played us against now Spin to Win getting 5 minutes odd, which actually puts them as one of the slower times, which is surprising for the returning champions of this event. Okay, so we're summing up the mother load then. Let's do the final summary of who goes where. But while we wait for that, who goes where and the different points they've all got, what do we think then so far? First dungeon, Lux. What do you think about that?
Oh, absolutely phenomenal. I used to love running the Mother Lord. Not so much in Mythic Plus when it was fortified, because those mobs spanked rather hard, and a lot of the times they would just one-shot you if you didn't get the cast ability. But these guys have dealt with all those ads pretty phenomenally. They had minimal problems with all the CC and everything that can be put out by those mobs. So well done to all the teams that have managed to get through to this far. They were all pretty phenomenal.
I did absolutely amazing job by most of them. I was actually, I know the times from before. Rug Flat pulled off some amazing times. Probably the second quickest time out of everyone, and they were pretty consistent the whole way throughout. And then they had that one round where they got the 5 minutes, which was really unfortunate for them. To get, and once again we were saying that Time Walking pulled off the 3:49 in the final. If they did that against Rug Flat, then we would have had maybe a different result coming into this. Is there anything or moment that stands out for you as
Yeah, I think the Rug Robe, I think that obviously the Time Walking one, were they the ones that pulled the 336?
Yes, they were. They were the ones who pulled the 336.
Just that time. I mean, I laid down the challenge and they picked it up and ran with it with that baton. So yeah, that was phenomenal. But again, the strategies from each of the teams, it's just nice to see different strategies and how it all comes together with the different classes, and it's just absolutely amazing. Just the quality of these players is great to see.
Yeah, there's having a look through chat. Karth has just subscribed. Thank you very much. Legacy 30 saying it's nice to see EU give us a run for our money. So maybe they're doing a bit of a cheekiness, a bit of banter there to try and get into the EU guys' heads before we move into Skyreach, which is going to be the second map. And then Patrick the Pure saying, I'm just glad other NA people have to deal with these EU lads now. I've been competing against them in the Time Walking leaderboards for a year now, and yeah, I don't think he particularly enjoys it. And then Rugger Flap says we should have lost the first round intentionally so we could get to the finals. Yeah, maybe that would have been the perfect strategy. Yeah, lose the first round, then you get through. Yeah.
So they're already perfecting their strategies for Skyreach. It's certainly going to be interesting how they obviously get through this. I mean, are they going to be changing characters? Changing classes to try and deal with the different mechanics from this dungeon. It's going to be so interesting to see what they pull out the hat, almost like Houdini.
Absolutely. And I think we're going to go for a quick 2 or 3 minute break to make sure that everyone gets over to Skyreach. Obviously, one of the things with these events is that we do have a dungeon lockout, so a couple of breaks here and there are going to be very much appreciated. We'll probably throw to an ad reel for a couple of minutes. When we come back, we'll make sure we have all the scores and the doors for you, nice and updated. Although we can see at the top left of our screen now, it's Time Walking with 5, Spin to Win with 4, Rug Flap with 3, Chasing Tails with 2, Mr. Fist with 1. So currently walking away with 1.5 million gold is a Time Walking community. Wow, what to do. And when we come back, hopefully, Lux, you can do that goat noise you promised straight into camera.
I certainly will try. Meh.
Perfect. See you in a couple of minutes with Skyreach as our next dungeon.
The Starship World of Warcraft community is proudly supported by Blizzard Entertainment, Zygor Guides, Gamer Advantage, NordVPN, Glitch Energy, Streamlabs, and is proud to support our partnered charity, Safe in Our World.
Power level your characters, make lots of gold, and accomplish more in World of Warcraft with Zygor Guides. Our guides are unique in that they use a custom guide viewer add-on to display things right inside the game. Every guide is presented in an easy-to-follow, step-by-step format that tells you exactly where to go, who to talk to, which quests to accept, how to complete quest objectives, and more, all in the most efficient manner to get more done in less time. Since the guides are in-game, they can dynamically detect your progress, update in real time, and automatically skip forward as you complete steps. Finding your way around couldn't be easier thanks to our custom waypoint arrow that works like an in-game GPS, generating the fastest directions to your next location, factoring in every method of travel including flight paths, items, portals, and more. You'll no longer find yourself wondering where to go or what to do next ever again. The guides also include numerous additional features to speed things up even more, like auto-accepting and turning in quests, highlighting the best quest rewards, notifying you when you have new gear upgrades, pointing where you need to fly to on your map, auto-selling gray items, and more. We offer guides for virtually every aspect of the game, including leveling, dungeons, dailies, professions, collectibles, and achievements. Discover all the latest content with our new Featured section, which showcases all the new guides added in every patch and expansion with detailed explanations on how it all works. Or search our entire collection to find a guide for almost anything you want to do. All of our guides have been fully updated for Dragonflight, and new content is being added all the time. Sign up for Zygor Elite and gain instant access to our full suite of guides for both retail and classic WoW for one low monthly fee. As part of Zygor Elite, you'll receive ongoing weekly updates for new patches, future expansions, and seasonal events, as well as general fixes and improvements to make sure all content stays current and well optimized for any changes Blizzard makes. Take your gaming to the next level with Zygor Guides.
And we are back. We are ready and waiting for the teams to get into Skyreach and carry on this beautiful journey through the 3 dungeons in the Legacy 30 Dungeon Dash event, brought to you by Starship, which is us. Hello. Lovely to have you with us. Bottom right-hand corner is the Starship and Legacy 30 Discord and Twitter, or X, handles. And with me again, obviously, is Lux. How's it going? How was your break? How's everything going tonight?
It was good. I had a wee and it was brilliant, and now I'm back with some cherryade.
Oh my goodness, cherryade. I'm incredibly jealous of your cherryade. I haven't had that in absolutely years.
Well, that's your own fault. You moved out of the UK.
I did. I am no longer in the UK, although I think cherryade is the least of my worries. Skyreach will be
Take that
Pog
back.
coming through. Skyreach will be Cog coming through in chat. Incredible dungeon indeed. And then Squishy saying 3 points. I'm incredibly sorry about that, Squishy, but if the Druid Man had been the fastest, then you would have obviously had a slightly different opportunity. This is all how these things happen. Tournament play is full of these little awkward moments. Let's hope that you earn those points back coming through. I hear that the teams are getting ready.
They
so let's have a
are,
look.
but I'd like to say something to is it the Fate Saber, and this heart is for you. Over my my San Jose Shark shirt, and of course you have the what's it? Can you see them? The Seattle Seahawks as well, and the NFL.
Wow, look at you. Look at you.
All I need
How
now
much-
is my hat and my flag.
How much do you know about them, though? Who should buy that?
No idea. I got that shirt because it was a good color.
Well, that's the level of EU support. I guess, you know, what can we say? What can we say?
Do you not get
mean,
points
my-
for at least having, you know, we're here supporting the Legacy 30 community, who of course are in the NA. American, look, I'm helping.
Yeah. Unfortunately, much like my my English football team, my team that I have to support is the Toronto Maple Laughs, who have not won anything ever. As far I mean, maybe a long time ago, but yeah, they are just kind of, you know, clutching defeat from the jaws of victory is the team I kind of like to support. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes.
Oh,
What about
I
you, like-
do know something about the NHL. The NHL draft has just happened. That's it. That's all I know.
Well done. Anyway, on to Skyreach. We have a lovely breakdown here for you. Animated as well. We have to point out, look at those birds flying around. It's not just a still. Wow. Let's all go, ooh, together. Just for production. For putting together such a lovely thing. It actually is pretty pog. Let's just leave it up here for like the next 5 minutes. Yeah, all coming through in chat. Thank you very much, Blinks. What are the birds doing here? Yeah, the boys. Do we have any team ready? Hopefully we have. Let's have a look at who's going head to head going to Skyreach. So we have Chasing Tails. This is the draw that we managed to do in the break. So Time Walking have the bite. Chasing Tails, Spin to Win, Rug Flap versus Mr. Fist. And let's see who manages to get through. What are your predictions therefore going to Skyreach? Renowned as incredibly quick dungeons to get through.
I don't know. I've got a feeling it's gonna, where it's gonna make or break. I've got a feeling it's gonna be the wind tunnel. You know, if they can get through that, they could save themselves a lot of time. If you get caught up in it, which I did quite a few times with my priest, you know, that could take you a good 10-15 seconds just to get through, and that could be the difference between winning and losing the round.
Apparently I missed a reference that I wasn't able to. I agree with you. I think though, from what I've been told from these teams, there are little skips that people can do that I'm looking forward to seeing. Apparently we're looking at around 3 minutes for one run. It's super quick. Super quick. He won't get the reference card. He doesn't play retail. I assume that's about me. No, I'm permanently stuck in Cataclysm currently. I am waiting for the War Within to come out. I am definitely sitting in heroics on my paladin, like the I don't know, I'm not going to finish that. Let's move through. So let's have a look at who we have on our screen. Hopefully we have some teams ready and waiting to go. Chasing Tails and Spin to Win being match one, Rug Flap, Mr. Fist. Rug Flap so far putting in a fantastic time. I'm really excited to see what they manage to pull off as we have waiting for production to get through. What do you think then? Give me a prediction for all of the matches in round one. Who do you think is going through?
Okay, my prediction is no deaths. Santa Claus is going to come early, and we're going to see. I'm going to say Mr. Fist. I think are going to go pumping in this one. I'm going to call them out, put them under a little bit of pressure, and let's see what times they can pull out.
Mr. Fist going pumping. That would be nice to see. It really would be nice. We need to Rug for the win. Blinks, I guess he's liking the double mage combo. Hopefully any change in composition will let you know. Any more predictions coming through in chat would be lovely. We're here to interact with you as much as we possibly can. Keep us entertained tonight as much as we are keeping you entertained. Looking forward to seeing how people handle the wind after the birds. Absolutely. Always have a bit of wind after some birds.
I was just about to say, is that a euphemism? That could be. Oh, there we go. We could get some American sayings going in right now. We just threw wind from the windy city. The windy city is mighty pretty. Moving swiftly on. Anyway, the teams are almost ready to go.
Yeah, let's keep going. I'm still in shock.
You're welcome, guys. You're welcome. I am here to entertain.
What other American songs do you know? As in, like, that kind of level, not just like, Beyonce or Taylor Swift.
What, like old people level?
Old people level.
Old people level, right? That's everything. I know, like a western. She wore a yellow ribbon. She wore it in the winter in the very month of May. That's a cavalry song from way back in the day.
Well, we're gonna have to get some accent ratings from what is pretty much going to be a full NA Twitch chat. So let us know, people who are watching on chat, what that accent was like as we are off. Rug Flap is shooting through this super quick. Oh my goodness, look at all the speed buffs. Let's have a look how quickly the first boss goes down to have an idea of what we should be looking for throughout this dungeon. It looks like he's getting absolutely rinsed here. Maybe you can start commentating for me, Lux, in an American accent.
And as they go down through the south, they're taking on quite a lot of the Divine Chakram spinners, and the Initiate of the Rising Sun is also the mobs that are coming through there. They've got to be careful for the AoE damage, the stuns that also throw out. And as you can see, Mr. Fist is just coming to the first boss, but whereas Rug Flap is killing the trash onto the second boss.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for any review in chat from anyone on the NA as to what that accent is like, but I think they're all currently in shock, much as I can see that you are, as we're moving through Rug Flap onto the third boss, already, and then they're going to get through into that dreaded wind tunnel. As we say, you've got to be careful of the wind. Here are the birds, as we're talking about, the reference that I did not get. And we're very soon going to be seeing how they handle the most dreaded part of this in any pug.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think with this boss here, you've got to be so careful not to get sucked off. It's such a dangerous boss, I believe. I'm not sure if you can actually get sucked off now, or whether you get blown off. I can't actually remember, but as you can see, they're just in motion right now, killing that third boss already. Wow. It's down. It's down already.
Absolutely beautifully done. Mr. Fist not even out that boss. They're still on second one. Let's have a look how they do this. DH jumps up. It's going to be a blink. Is there anything that gets done here? Anything that gets done different? Oh, hello.
So the demon hunters jumped up to actually stop the windcast, because the windcast is actually from one of the mobs at the top of the stairs. If you can get that into any kind of combat, that stops the wind. And as you can see, they're pushing straight through to the last and final boss. And 3 minutes is wow. Yeah, you're right, Recoup.
Yeah. Well, second time tonight. I was saying I'm right. I'm loving life currently.
Flip it.
Clip it and ship it. We have a bit of a problem on the right-hand side as we see that the Mr. Fist timer is actually not running. I think it would be pretty much inconsequential at this time as the time comes through for Rug Flap. Wow. 2:33.
Wow, that is a strong time. Hats off, guys. That was absolutely phenomenal work.
That's one hell of a time, isn't it? That is unbelievably
It's
quick.
such a good time. We're speechless. The first time I've been speechless in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not going to say how I can possibly make you speechless. We're not going to go there this evening. But we still have Mr. Fist doing it the standard way, running through against the wind. And yeah, they're not doing it anywhere nearly as smoothly. Although they are doing it, well, they're doing it smoothly, but maybe perhaps not efficiently.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Did they have the Warlock Gate this early?
They don't have an instant cast one.
Because I'm thinking maybe they could have dropped that at the start of the winds and then put it across, like right on the edge. I'm not sure if that would actually work as a tactic, or whether obviously the winds are constantly pushing you back, whether you'll be able to get it up in time.
Well, absolutely. Well, maybe the other side, the other match that's going as this very much 1-0 to Rug Crop here, can show us how they are getting it up, which is going to be what's the other match going on today? It will be Chasing Tails against Spin to Win, I believe.
Yeah.
And it looks like they've just queued in as they have a final time. Once again, my eyes are failing me. They used Warlock Gate at the start, I'm being told by Blinks, is why they weren't able to use it at the end. So we've got 2 times there.
Okay.
But we'll stay with these 2 teams as we can watch full runs from them. 2 minutes 19.
Wow. That is absolutely, again, strong time. Are we going to get a sub 2 minute?
Sub 2 minute would be an insane time. Yeah, Spin to Win with a 2 minute 19, and then Chasing Tails apparently with a 3 minute 4. 3 minute 4, I mean, I would be happy with, but nowhere near good enough to win this tournament, it seems.
Definitely not. It's a good job I saved up all my money before I even entered this tournament, so I've got my gold all ready for the next expansion, because no way on earth would I be able to compete with these times for these teams.
How much gold do you have?
2.8 million, I think.
So why do you need a sugar daddy with 2.8 million gold?
Because there's other benefits to a sugar daddy coop. It's not just about the money, dude.
I mean, elaborate.
Well, we can go on holidays, see the world. He can take me to see some Polish sausage.
All right.
I could eat Polish sausage.
You could. Many people could eat Polish sausage, especially Poles.
And what's that Dutch dish?
Dutch sausage?
Yeah, but it's with kale and mustard and potatoes. Oh my god, it's gonna bug me now. Stampot. Ah, good stampot with a good like smoky sausage. Ah, you need to try it.
You can make it for me next time. Well, first time, but next time I see you. Mr. Fist saying that I think ours was about 4 minutes and 40 seconds or something. I don't know, which is the perfect, amazing way of gauging times. People are saying in chat what it's called. You can go for it, Lux, with your best Dutch accent.
Ah, there we go. There's Krim, who is a Dutch person. Boring cool. What's stampot then?
Is it some kind of weird thing I don't want to know about and shouldn't Google?
No, stampot is a Dutch delicacy. I thought it was the like the mustard and the potatoes and the kale all mixed together.
Okay. Well, we still have 0 ratings for Lux's American accent. I'm very disappointed that was a very underrated section.
So good. No, because it's so good. That's
so
why.
They just thought we had a third commentator come.
Yeah, exactly. They were like, oh, wait, who was that?
Me, but it was 0 out of 10. Stampot is more like mashed veg. Sounds interesting.
Ah, so that's where the potato is and the kale, yeah.
Okay, and then Beb saying 10 out of 10. So we have 0 out of 10 or 10 out of 10. You're Marmite. for the people.
No, no, no. I'm 6 out of 10.
Why are you 6 out of 10?
6 is a good number.
No one wants to be a 6.
Okay, I'll be a 6 and a 9.
Christ. Okay, now I understand. Rug Flap and Mr. Fist queuing it up at the start of the dungeon, waiting to give it a go. It would be nice if we could actually see the full run of Spin to Win as well, because they had such a crazy time. They had really unbelievable time going into this. I'm kind of excited then to see what we're going to get from the time walking community as well, and fingers crossed that they can keep up.
I'm calling up to 2 minutes at some point from one of our teams.
Yeah, Meeb says she will be your 9.
Oh, thanks, Meeb.
She's here for you. She's here for you.
Yeah, I know where she lives.
Which they just to make it clear for everyone in chat, they are friends. That wasn't threatening. Chasing Tails on to the first boss here, as it looks like Spin to Win are still at the start. There's the gateway. There's the gateway up. That's what they found. Skip the entire section and then just go straight up. And that's how they. Wow. Okay, so that's how we're doing this. And then they get into combat and bring everything else around at the same time. So
Does that save you time though?
Well, it means you can get the boss down because it's got the warlock just nukes that boss down before the mobs even get around that corner. So basically that one's down. You could possibly say that they could use it on the
See, I would think the airwaves would save you a good 10-15 seconds, but if you brought all those mobs together anyway to AoE them down, because they've got some strong AoE, would it save them more time somewhere else? Oh, who knows?
Yeah,
They know obviously a lot better than what we do. Run these dungeons over and over again.
Yep, we're going to have to bow to their superior knowledge. And maybe they have a different way of dealing with this mob. The DH was a fantastic way that we saw her dealing with it previously for Rug Flap, who are pulling out a load of tricks for us to see. Nice Shadow Fury coming out. Here comes the Incinerates into these mobs, and they're waiting for the boss to spawn. They're both at pretty similar points in this dungeon. Pretty similar comps as well. They're both running Warlocks. That Holy Nova damage, yeah, absolutely. Huge damage coming out from all of these players on these teams. It'd be nice perhaps to see just how they've geared. Maybe they've gone and got something absolutely crazy as that boss goes down super quick for all of them. Look at that. Spin to Win, and now they're shooting around here. It looks like the item that they have that they're using just
Go
straight across. Oh,
look at that yeet.
Oh my goodness. And they're still going all the way through.
It's interesting to see that Spin to Win have actually swapped out their Windwalker Monk or Brewmaster Monk for that Warlock as well.
Absolutely, that's a fantastic spot. You can spot it all out for the Warlock just for that one gateway right at the beginning to save that time. And they're going to get an absolutely fantastic time here. This is going to be super quick, and Chasing Tails are lagging behind, but they've still got a couple of mobs to go. They've missed a couple of mobs here.
Yeah, they've got this one. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Makes slightly awkward in terms of the pulling. Legacy Void is cranked. What is that damage? Can I get his autograph? We'll ask for you. We'll see if we can. We'll see if we can get you a signed copy of something for you. As my lovely cat has joined us in the room, you can see her tail going through. We can get confirmation of the time for Spin to Win, and we can have a look at the time for Chasing Tails as well as they are finishing up this dungeon. So,
yeah.
what do we think then so far, Lux, about that time?
Have we actually got times through for these next ones?
Let me double check.
We've got obviously Spin to Win. We've got them at both 2:19 and 2:24, so 5 seconds difference. But again, absolutely storming through there. And you've got Rug Flap. I think their best time was 2:33. So it's super close with all of these teams. It's going to be so interesting. There's no clear winner on this one.
Yeah, looks like we had previously we had the Chasing Tails a 3:38. Yeah, we had a 3:04, and then just now was a 3:38 on their finish. We're waiting for the confirmation coming through from. Oh no, Spin to Win got a Sky Reach in 2:19, and the second one was 2:24. So they're going to go through into the next round absolutely as 2-0 victors. Rug Flap got a 2:55 in their second one, so it's 2:33 and 2:55. So it looks like, unless anything has gone differently, that we're going to have a Spin to Win and Rug Flap going through, but Mr. Fist now fighting it out to get a better time than Chasing Tails to sort out who goes and plays the Time Walking community in the second match of round 2 here, and slowly making their way through the dungeon. There seems to be a huge difference between the top 3 teams and how they're doing that, and the other 2. Although they're not exactly far behind, but it's just maybe, don't want to be mean, but maybe just like a level up in terms of the min-maxing involved for 3 of these teams.
Very much so. I mean, as you said, there's very minimal in between the top teams and, of course, the mid-tier teams there. But again, anything could happen. You know, it just takes one mistake from any of the teams, you know, that will knock them back quite a bit. And if you open that door, I'm sure anybody can walk straight through it and take one of those top spots.
No, absolutely. We're seeing that 354 was your favorite Cleveland team, so we have to see how that stacks up against the rest and how their other runs went. I have a feeling that Chasing Tails are going to be the one who are going through as the fastest loser, but we'll get that confirmed for you as soon as we possibly can, as we're just currently working on the scoreboard. Jesus, what times! What incredible times! What do you think that we would get if we were to do that? Do you think we'd get anywhere near 5 minutes?
We were doing it in 3 to 4 minutes, I believe, if I can remember correctly. Because yeah, again, you guys were storming it through. I was just like pulling behind on my very, very slow priest as you were leaping away.
Here we have confirmation going through. Spin to Win, match 1. Rug Flap, match 2. Time Walking with the bite playing Chasing Tails, who are going through to the second round of match 2 as the fastest loser. So Time Walking are going to be the ones who we see coming in as their first, see if they can come up with some interesting strategies. Rug Flap, hopefully not being drawn on the wrong side of the straw and disadvantaged. That would be a bit of justice in the world, given how the first map went. And we're just going to wait for them to get ready and give it a go. What do we think? Time Walking, are they going to be faster than the fastest time so far, or are they not going to quite be able to do it?
I think it's going to be close. I mean, it's always going to be close between the teams. I mean, Rug Flap did some amazing times. Spin to Win pulled out some amazing times in that. So yeah, I think Time Walking have got it all to do.
They absolutely do, but when you have Goru going off on his own, you never know what's going to happen. As you can see, Chasing Tails looking at the direction they're going to go, looking backwards. Time Walking are loading up as well. Hearts coming out in chat. Thank you very much. Carthy, my hero.
You've got to think that I'm not sure how much Guru can actually do solo though, because a lot of these the bosses are actually gated as well, so they don't actually let you go through until the boss is dead, I believe, right?
Although we can see on well, you can't see it watching at home, but we can see it. That Goru is now on a mage. He's switched off of his hunter. He's gone on to, I believe, an arcane mage. So we have a mage warlock combo as the DPS and a brewmaster monk. And I believe Chasing Tails is still the same as previously, so it'd be interesting to see what they can pull out. Rug Flap obviously still with the double mage and DH and a Spin to Win, same as before. So there's not much change in terms of that. That Murderous Dog, fantastic name. Subscribing with Prime, thank you very much. We appreciate it very much. And hopefully we can put on some more amazing events for you. In terms of putting on amazing events, if you like what we do, then down in the bottom right hand corner is the Starship Discord and Twitter. Please come and join us if you like our events, and obviously if you like level 30 events, then there's Legacy 30 Discord where Lux is pointing, absolutely, and Twitter as well. Those two are the place to go to for events and for Legacy 30 content.
That looked a bit weird.
And that's why we've transitioned off of you straight onto the event. And we have a look at Rugrat Flap flying through here, going as quickly as they possibly can, as quickly as their little legs will carry them. Gotta try and find out a couple more seconds so they know what the other teams are getting. The first time they've seen any of the times, because we kept it all hidden. As now we can't see anything because of the amount of emotes coming up the screen, but we don't mind that. A bit of
Awesome
interaction is
emotes, guys.
fantastic. Yeah, spam those emotes if you can. And we're moving through now into the second boss. First boss down already for Rugrat Flap.
Rug Flap is absolutely storming straight through this dungeon right now with the second boss, but it's going to be so close. What time are they going to pull out, do you think?
I really want to, same as you, I want to see something sub 2 minutes. I really want to see that. That would be an insane time. I think we have got enough chance to do it. I think the adrenaline and the motivation will make it happen. As we see time walking, let's hear how they end up skipping the birds. Do you think they've got some interesting strategy, or do you think they're running, or what do you think they do?
I mean, if they're swapped with two mages, they've got some super cool abilities. I mean, once again,
it looks like the same strategy as spin to win. It looks like exactly the same, shooting through shooting through that way, and onto the boss. It looks like they found the same strategy, absolutely. And we can see in chat, you're doing a great job, Smith. Smith, our chief production officer behind the scenes, doing a fantastic job this evening. We love you very much. Thank you very much for all you do. You're a beautiful person. Also nerf mages, absolutely nerf mages. Although not so much, because I kind of want to play one in the next Xbox. Let's have a look at where we are now. Time walking have got a time.
That has got to be sub 2. If not, it's got to be close.
That was unbelievably quick.
The suspense is killing me right now.
If only we had eyes that worked like a young person. If only. It was a 2-minute 19.
2-minute 19, exactly the same time as spin to win. Oh my gosh, this is going to be super interesting.
Absolutely same time as spin to win. Obviously, Rugrat Flap still have to put in their time. They did a pretty good time. They got a 2:33, which isn't too far away if everything goes perfect for them. And then Rugrat Flap here do have their time for this round with spin to win, obviously setting theirs. I'm not quite sure why they're so far behind in the dungeon. Perhaps they just started a bit later. And here we go. This same strategy as time walking have. Arms in the air, flying through. Got to make sure you don't get knocked back at some point. You don't want to get straggled behind. Pushing through the dungeon.
They nerfed the birds a little bit, you know, because when you get hit, you don't get hit back as far as what you used to.
True. Rugrat Flap telling us that they got... No, there's no way. Hold on, I've got to see this time. I've got to see this time on Rugrat Flap and spin to win. Because I'm with stream delay, I'm getting told something that I don't believe. What's the time that they got? What's that? Rugrat Flap and spin to win. I need to find out something very, very important. Chasing Tails getting a 3:19.
The exact same time, 2:24 for both spin to win and Rug Flap. They're neck and neck.
Came through 2:24 as a tie.
Wow, how is that even possible, guys? Oh, you guys were pushing it so hard. Oh my gosh, with the exact same time now, it's going to be interesting for round 2.
Well, what do you do? What do we do? This is something we actually, I guess, a deathmatch is in order. It seems like it. We're gonna have to.
This is why it's best of 3, though, Coop.
It's why it's best. You say it's why it's best of 3, but then what do we say? Is that 1 point each? We're gonna have to ask. We're gonna have to go to the fastest map one wins. Don't know. I think we have to go and we'll have to get the 2 teams to decide between them what they want to do. I'll coordinate with the teams if they want to best of 5 or deathmatch. Thank you very much, Mr. Production. We can go over to the time walking community now, who are fighting Chasing Tails, and we can have a look. Maybe another round in them, unless they've smashed through it, and I haven't seen. I think they've only done one round. We have Time Walking on a 2:19. It's their first round. Chasing Tails with a 3:19, exactly a minute apart. It seems like this is going to be one of those maps where you get some interesting things happening, and interesting and perhaps not the most caster-friendly sort of way here. But we're going to wait and see what they get for their next times. I'm pretty sure they're free to start whenever they want to, so we're just going to wait for them to talk about the different tactics, get the different summons up, maybe wait for some buffs to come back up, and yeah. Wow.
See, that's the thing with such a short dungeon, you know, it's the longer the dungeon, the more chances you've got to mess up, at least between there and now. But because it's so short, you know, you've got a minimal amount of time to actually mess things up. And even if you do, you should be able to pull it back quite quickly.
Yeah, there's plenty of chances to get this back, and have a look. Here we go. The time is going down on Chasing Tails, so they've clearly been told they have to go. So we've got to see now. Time Walking. Are they going to have something more up their sleeve? Are they going to get an even better time than before? They have a 5-second timer. So here we go. Time Walking. 2 minutes to beat as well. Let's see. The rocket boots go out one way. Oh, he's fallen down the map and died. Oh no.
No!
What a bad way to start. So he's going to miss some of that damage, but he's going to be able to spawn back in, hopefully relatively quickly.
I mean,
They're
who
going to make sure they
needs
get
the
out
other
of
mage,
combat.
to be fair?
Yeah, but this is what we were saying. This is going to be one of those things. If they did this in the final, oh my goodness, imagine if they did this in the final. He's going to have to come back, run back to them. Every second counts, as we know from that exact tie in the last round of Rug Flap and Spin to win.
See, this is the risk. This is the risk with mid-maxing, with trying to get those extra seconds, those extra to try and obviously stay ahead of the competition. You know, you can make those tiny mistakes, and could this open the door for Chasing Tails to pull it back?
Absolutely, especially if it happens one more time, then Chasing Tails really are going to have a chance, and maybe they've been inspired by seeing the the warlock falling through the map, or the mage, sorry, falling through the map to his death on the first boss. Well, the Time Walking seem to have got their act together now, and they're zooming off, making use of all the different movement mechanics that they could find in the game, and obviously they have the incredible strategy to get through that the wind swirly, shall we call it, up onto the final boss. All of these birds going down, as you said, they might have been, well, it's the ones later, but these ones might have been nerfed as well, given how quickly they're going down, or maybe these players are just that good. If a tiebreaker is needed, we're being told the team wants best of 5. Okay, well, there we go. We can just make, in that case, Smith, what we can, in production, what we'd do is we'll just count it as a null and void rather than best of 5, and we just do best of 3 again. Rather than starting from best of 5. I think that makes the most sense. Just count it as a draw and do another best of 3 until we have an exact winner. Time Walking going up round the corner here as I stopped talking to production live on stream. Going up, fantastic amount of time. Maybe they're really pushing it as well. You can see they're really going around the corners, making use of all of the space on offer to them.
I mean, even with that mess up from the Time Walking community, they are pushing towards the last boss already, whereas Chasing Tails are still on the 3rd boss right now.
Absolutely crazy times here from the Time Walking community. I want to see sub 2 minutes. That's what we're waiting for. That's what we're all waiting for on stream, is a sub 2 minute run on Sky, which is going to be difficult to do. Though.
Definitely not, especially with that early death. I can't see it. I'm going to say 2:20, 2:30.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine it's not going to be the fastest. Perhaps Chasing Tails are going to have a chance now to catch up and get a really good time in here. Really beat what they had before. Be inspired by what happened. They obviously are a bit slower to the final boss. I do wonder if the difference is going to be something to do with gear or composition. Maybe we talk to the teams after and find out what exactly was the difference and what they think about it. What do you think the difference is going to be between teams such as Time Walking, who are just absolutely storming through this, and Chasing Tails, who are still a fantastically quick team, but just not having the same speed, if I can say it like that?
I think it's just going to be it'll be the difference of classes. I think the way they kind of approach each of the dungeons, and obviously mid-maxing that way. I think that's what's going to be make or break. But also the mistakes that any team could actually make at any point as well could be the difference. But It's all to play for. Honestly, this is amazing.
So we have a confirmation then of the times from the last one, in case you're watching it on mobile or like us have very bad eyes. Time walking with a 2:26 in that second run, chasing tails with a 3:27. So actually both teams did slower that time than the first run. So time walking have secured their place in the next round and can go and have a well-earned break as we waiting there for Rug Flap and Spin to win, who did the amazing thing of managing to get exactly the same time as each other in map one. What have Rug Flap, Jesus, that's difficult to say, got this one, and then it are Spin to win able to beat it. This is the craziest map. This is really intense now.
Yeah, because
The battle between these two.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy right now. Let's see what times they pull up as they do that amazing skip as well. That makes those wins just non-existent.
Rug Flap got a 2:30, 2:30 to beat, which is a fantastic time once again. Spin to win onto the last boss. No mistakes at all allowed here. Absolutely zero. They've got to make sure they get this boss as quickly as possible. They're not going to pull it line of sight, which might be a bit of a mistake here. Well, now they're gathering it up in the corner, getting it obviously as far away from the edge as possible. Huge amounts of damage coming up. Maybe they'll have a problem with the ads like they did last time. There were ads trickling in through the fire. They haven't killed the ads at the same time as the boss, which looks like it might end up being a bit of a mistake for them as they get a final time of
2:26.
2:26.
Is it 2:26? Is are my eyes deceiving me?
We'll get absolute confirmation of that time as we get through. That would be incredible consistency for them to get a 2:26 and then get an exact 2:26 again. But we'll get final confirmation from
2:24
them.
was the first. It was
No.
2:24s, wasn't it? Yeah.
Was it? Sorry, I thought they got a 2:26. Okay, oh, it's time walking. You got a 2:26. I'm sorry. Yeah, so we'll get confirmation of that time and bring you who won that one. I can see that some action is happening behind the scenes, but while that is happening, I'll have to keep you entertained. Now, this is real pod racing. Absolutely, this is pure speed, and not the kind that you find in clubs either.
We have the need for speed.
Absolutely have the need for speed. I can see some sort of production meeting going on behind the scenes, so I don't want to go into that too much. What do you reckon then? As we can see, time walking definitely through, Spin to win or Rug Flap in the final. Wow, 3 teams so close together. Do you genuinely think we'll see a sub 2 minutes, or do you think we kind of hard cap now at like the fastest you could possibly do this?
I think it's almost at hard cap, but you know, I've got a feeling even with that obviously mess up with the death early on for time walking, I think they can beat their 2:19 time. I don't think it's going to be a sub 2 minute, but I definitely think it's going to be at least 2:10 or at least somewhere close to that. But again, Caster's curse. Have I just literally thrown them under the bus with no hope?
We're being told in Twitch chat by named account, sub 2 can't be done due to runtime and CDs, which case we're getting really close to basically optimal runtime, the quickest it could possibly ever be done, which is amazing for all 3 teams to have something like that. That's intense. So basically what happened,
how much they're min-maxing.
Absolutely. So they drew last time, Spin to win this time with a 2:26, Rug Flap with a 2:30. What we're getting told by production is if Spin to win wins this, they take the win. If Rug wins, the next round is sudden death, team agreement. So basically, we can count this as 1-0 to Spin to win, and a new best of 3 is started. So we've got an interesting race to watch now. Perhaps the most interesting one that we could possibly have had. Not quite started at the same time, but they're going to have the timers on the right-hand side of the screen, remember, to keep you updated as we move into the second boss. Rug Flap super quick. They know they have to get a couple of seconds off of this run in order to really match what Spin to win have pulled out pretty consistently, which is mid 220s. Thoughts, Lux?
Speechless. I've got no thoughts right now. They're absolutely storming Rug Flap. Rug Flap? No, Rug Flap are absolutely storming. Once again, they're at the third boss already. They're just making this whole dungeon just looks so easy. Even with all those dangerous mobs at the start with all their AoE abilities and everything, they're non-existent. They may as well not even be there.
Absolutely. Spin to Win have started. No one's fallen through. They had a couple of casts, fake casts. I don't know if they're trying to get the boss to to fake kick. I'm not quite sure what's happening there. Maybe there's some strategy behind it. No one fell down. So they're going to move through quite nicely. Really, at this time, the adrenaline's pumping. Keyboards are being hit faster than they were previously. That's absolutely for sure. Spin to Win into the second boss room. Shadow Bolt's coming out. Rug Flap on the third. They've got the stairs to come. They don't want any mistakes here. You don't want anything to go wrong. This has to be perfect for either of them. This is the last chance for Rug Flap. They have to win this or they end up in third place probably yet again. They don't want that. They want to have their first time in the final. They get through perfectly. Here comes the boots, shooting around the corner. The DH has already gone up there. There's a blink, the boots. Perhaps it's something to do with the boots not being optimal, I don't know, but they've got another invisibility here. Invisibility, movement speed talent as they catch up with the DH. Moving into the last boss room. Spin to Win, pulling up all these birds. Remember, they started a bit later, so we're looking at the timer. They're going to corner pull here. They're really making good use of line of sight pulling, Rug Felt. I think that's one of the things they've done fantastically so far. They should also have enough to kill the boss and the ads at the same time and really make use of that. I think that's a fantastic call from them to be able to do that. They should have enough. And they're done.
They're done. What was their time?
I'll get you confirmation of the time. Let's have a look at Spin to Win now. They really have to pull something out the bag. This is it. Their final run up. They have to do this perfectly now, or they're gonna have to do it all over again. 228 for Rug Flap. So Spin to Win, no room for maneuver here. They win this, they go through to the final. If not, well, they've got to do it again. And it really is going to be squeaky bum time then.
Oh, they're pulling it through. That's awesome. So they've got 4 seconds to play with, if that. And it looks like they might have it. You know, they've got through this really, really quickly.
This is super speed.
But they're still missing. They're missing trash.
Yeah, they're missing
still
trash.
missing
They've got to go back again. They've got to go back again. They've got another one to kill. It's really pushing it tight. Oh, Spin to Win. Just finishing there. We'll get confirmation of the time for all of these. They could go even faster if they managed to get that trash. Was that a mistake or not?
I think they might have peaked it. I've got a feeling they might have just peaked it. I'm not sure. That was such a clean run, but with those ads right at the back, did they curse themselves?
So what we have is Rug Flap with a 228 and Spin to Win with a 224. Which means obviously Spin to Win go through to the final. That was so close. Exact tie and then seconds in between each one. Had to get absolute perfection. There's going to be a couple of things you look back and think, oh my goodness, we could have done that slightly differently. There'll be moments in which you think, if only this had gone our way, maybe we'd use a different item. I could have maybe aimed my camera and clipped around that corner a bit more easily and a bit quicker, found the right angles. It's all going to be those tiny things that will make a huge difference. But
the past is the past. It's not good enough now. We're now aiming to the future. What they could have done, they should have done. But the teams are absolutely phenomenal last round, guys. Absolutely phenomenal. Well done.
I think Rug Flap are going to be my favorite team at the minute. As I said, I support the teams that have bad luck. I think Rug Flap are my favorite team. They've done fantastically well. They've done so well to do all of this, and they're just on the wrong side of the draw in the first one, and then second one. Just
they're here. It's
unlucky.
good. And as they prepare for the final round.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. We're preparing now for the final round. Spin to Win versus Time Walking. Remember, Spin to Win with 4 points overall, Time Walking with 5 points overall. This is close. You have to imagine that both of these teams are going to be in the top 3 for the next dungeon as well.
Yeah.
Spin to Win. They have to win this, you would imagine. They can't really go into the last dungeon with a 2-point gap. Surely not.
As they say, in any tournament, Anything could happen.
Anything can happen. We're waiting for production then to give them the go ahead. They are able to go whenever they have the want. Currently now, Legacy 30 WoW in our Twitch channel saying I'm gonna have to start popping some popcorn for these runs. Absolutely, it's getting close. It's
But
getting
the
tight. It's
question
getting
is, what
super
kind of
interesting.
popcorn? Are you a salty? Are you a sweet? Are you one of those heathens that mix them both?
I mean, when I used to live in the UK, I was having sweet, and now I live in Poland. It's salt because no one here has sweet popcorn.
When are you moving back to the UK?
Salty popcorn's nice. I've actually got better. I actually like it a lot more now. I actually like salty popcorn.
No, like when you chew on popcorn and then you have the salty flavor, it's like swallowing something you shouldn't. Never mind. Moving swiftly on, as the time voting community have pulled the first boss, and it's almost dead already.
Yeah, no one fell off the ledge this time. They've managed to do the jump absolutely perfectly. Rocket boots coming out, rocketing on to the next boss. Spin to Win haven't started yet. Emojis coming out in chat. I love you very much. Thank you, Babson, for the emojis. And then going through to the second boss, people in chat saying, I didn't even know until I was 23 that sweet popcorn existed. I thought it was all just salt. Yeah, I think if you live where I currently live now, then that's pretty much what everyone else feels as well. Arcane Mage really showing the huge amount of burst that they possibly have. Although Warlock doing majority of the AoE, time walking, making light work of it, running around the corner. 30 Goru, here he is, the winner of pretty much all of the events he's entered so far in the Starship community. So let's wonder if Spin to Win can knock him off his perch. Brunis, hi all, hello. We're in for an amazing run. We're on the second map of 3, Legacy 30. Dungeon Dash brought to you by Starship. Currently super close. We're on the final of Skyreach, best of 3. This is match number 1 of the best of 3. Time walking, bursting down this boss, and then they obviously have pretty much the same strategy getting through that wind tunnel. Did you even imagine that it was that quick getting through the wind tunnel, Lux, as before we even started this dungeon? Did you think it was possible to do it that?
I didn't realize you could come through that so quickly. I mean, just the look at them go. Honestly, I've been pushed off that platform so many times, and as you can see, the birds are pretty much non-existent with that speedy go buff.
Absolutely, doing fantastically well. Here they go, onto the last boss. Just wonder what time they get. Blinks coming out, all of the moves to make sure they get through to the final boss as quickly as possible. Final boss pull. Obviously, Spin to Win started a bit later. It looks like they're starting a bit later for all of their runs. I wonder if this is the strategy that they have, popping the same move, item, as Time Walking have, sticking close to the ledge, really making sure they don't get, as you said, knocked off that ledge. Warriors low, back up to full. Oh wow,
yeah.
Look at that, back up to full in one go. Time Walking have a time. Let's see how close Spin to Win get. Hopefully we don't have another situation where they get an exact tie.
Well, in the Wild Wild West, if they had a tie, they'd just draw. Normally people would be killed afterwards, but I think we can't do that. You know, too much paperwork.
Perhaps not. So we have Spin to Win on, just finishing up now. We have an insane time from both of these. If we go finishing off like a couple of mobs, they did it better this time. So here we go. Spin to Win, 2 minutes 19. Time walking, 2 minutes 12.
Holy cow.
What a time that is. 2:12.
Holy cow, they are moving.
Oh my god, Lux. What?
I'm sorry, I set myself up for that. I swung and hit that bat.
Yeah, you really did. Wow, so 2 minutes 12. How do you improve on 2 minutes 12? And if you're Spin to Win, they sorted out the main thing that we were saying, making sure the mobs go down at the same time as the boss. That was really a lot cleaner than it was previously. Everything went down at the same time, and you saw how that worked for them. They got a lot better time. So now what are you thinking? You pretty much did everything as it should be, and you still lost.
Yeah, I obviously they're all like mid-maxing, and I think it was MB Alpha in the chat not too long ago saying you can't really do anything more than sub 2 minutes because of your cooldowns. So, you know, is that is that as fast as we're going to get? Are we going to get a 2 minutes 10? I mean, where else could they save time though? Because they seem to be doing everything flawlessly so far.
It probably is going to be in the sense of when you go around corners, making sure you clip the corner absolutely perfect. It's got to that level now, where the movement precision of your character has to be perfect. Not only cooldown usage and damage, but it's about taking the like pixel perfect path through the dungeon that you need. Because I mean, as you said, where else could you save time other than perhaps getting a bit lucky with the crits that you get at the right time? Like absolutely making sure that, let's say you don't have to cast another spell, you get the crit, the boss dies, you don't have to waste another global on casting something. Where else could you possibly save time other than just like clipping the corner perfectly through the next one?
Selling your mother, selling your father maybe, or some other family member which you dislike more than the others, I suppose. That's the only way. Or you could, of course, bribe Blizzard. I don't think that would count. But as you said, you know, everything's going to be such pixel perfect, and you know for a fact if you try and cut that edge a bit too much, you're going to get stuck in a non-existent wall and just waste that time anyway.
Oh, absolutely. Looks like we're preparing now for number 2 of 3. Our time walking going to take a sweep in the final 2-0. Here we have in chat. It has to be the PAL standard running games in Europe at a lower FPS, giving time walking extra time to be pixel perfect. Surely. Who knows what the strategy is behind this? Perhaps they've found a way to slow down the timer.
I mean, all I heard there was EU was much better than NA. Sorry, guys.
We're off. Everyone's got on the platform perfectly for time walking, so that strategy is working for them this time. And Spin to Win are doing the same as usual of holding back a bit. I think they have a bit of stream delay. I think that's the reason why, as we are moving super quick with time walking, as we know, pulling both sides, making sure you get that percentage, pulling them all in, stacking them up, cleaving them down with the boss, and then shooting off super quick times. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
I mean, just look at that arcane damage, man.
Yeah. And the other thing is, obviously, the Warlock, as you look at the damage meter at the bottom, the Warlock is damaging multiple mobs. The Arcane is just focusing on the boss. So the beautiful thing with some of these compositions, you have one player that is going to be there just to make sure they kill the boss. In this case, the Arcane Mage. Previously, on Time Walking, it was the Survival Hunter. And then you have one for the AoE. Pretty much always the Warlock. And you have sort of similar situations on most teams. Spin to Win, he was talking to us about the Holy Priest being there for huge single target damage, and that looks like what they've done is also the Holy Priest provides a bit of AoE as well that perhaps is better than what the mage provides, as well as obviously bringing a bit more protection in case anything goes wrong. And they've corner pulled this perfectly. Now they've pulled it away all the way up. Rocket boost coming, sorry, burning rush coming out, and we're moving on. They're moving at a pace. Time walking up to the dangerous part now. This is perhaps the part where we can save time. If you do this perfectly, clip around the corners, maybe it's a bit late pressing that. This is kind of the level we've got to. Has to be perfect. He's making sure he uses the wind to push him across. He found the perfect angle just to just to aim at it and use the wind to push him in the right direction. They're already at the next boss platform. I mean, I remember doing this when it was relevant, and it never was that quick. Moving up to the next boss, into the last boss, nuking him down. Look at the arcane damage go, but also look at the Warlock with pure amounts of AoE damage going out here, huge numbers, and they're going to kill everything at the same time, and that's finished for them. They're all on Spin to Win now. Can Spin to Win keep themselves with a chance of winning in this? Burning Rush coming out, really putting a move on.
This is going to be close.
Your favorite character moving through the dungeon. Here comes the last boss. Are they going to be able to do everything at the same time?
They're going to have to.
It's going to be close. Time walking got a 2:15. 2:15 is the time to look for on your screen. It's going to be so close.
They've done the mobs. They've done the boss. Okay.
That isn't it. It's a 2:17 for Spin to Win. 2 seconds slower.
2 seconds.
realistically probably 1 point something slower. They got a better time. They took 2 seconds off their previous time. Time walking, what, a bit slower, but it still wasn't enough, which means Time Walking Community are going to be the victors of map 2, giving them 10 points. Perfect for them so far. Absolute perfection for them.
Clean sweep for 2 of the dungeons already. I mean, we knew from the start Guru's team was going to pull out some strong times, but again, a lot of the other teams are still so close. Could Ankahet be their dungeon of choice where they actually pull everything back?
We've got to wait. We've got to wait and see. The scores are being updated, and the top left of your screen, slowly but surely, as we see Time Walking with 10, Spin to Win with 8, the rest will be updated, and we're going to go to Ankahet. We are going to have a bit of a 5 or 10 minute break as we go to Ankahet to let ourselves reset, let the dungeons reset, make sure the teams are there, hydrated, ready, feeling fresh, and ready to defend their honor. I think we just got to take a second to breathe there, don't we, Lux?
We do, yeah. I mean, I'm slipping off my seat because of all the excitement that these guys are putting me through, so I need to certainly clean myself up.
Some people saying, "Come on, Mr. Fist, you got this." Well, we've got to hope. We've got to hope that they're able to get something. Remember, the first 3 places are all prizes. If we can remind ourselves of what we have to play for in this, there's a pot of 3 million gold in total, and that's split up into 500,000 each. Here's the prizes: 975,000 gold, therefore, for place number 2, and 525,000 for 3rd place. Wow. Fishbowl Head saying, Lamau, who let Lux cast? That would be me. I let her cast. She's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah,
I love every second I'm spending with my luxurious co-host for this evening. How are you enjoying your first time casting with me, Lux?
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving it. I love just like bouncing off you, obviously with your wife's permission, backwards and forwards and stuff. So it's good.
Do you like up and down as well?
I like a bit of both.
Fair enough.
Works all the muscles, you see.
And with that, I think we need to have a 10-minute break for me and Lux to go and recharge ourselves from all this up and down and back and forth. So we're going to run over to a bit of an ad reel, 5 or 10-minute break, and we'll be back with you shortly for Ankahet and for the grand prize giving and seeing who has won. So we'll see you in 5 or 10 with a bit of a drink.
Cheers, guys.
See you in a bit.
The Starship World of Warcraft community is proudly supported by Blizzard Entertainment, Zygor Guides, Gamer Advantage, NordVPN, Glitch Energy, Streamlabs, and is proud to support our partnered charity, Safe in Our World.
Power level your characters, make lots of gold, and accomplish more in World of Warcraft with Zygor Guides. Our guides are unique in that they use a custom guide viewer add-on to display things right inside the game. Every guide is presented in an easy-to-follow, step-by-step format that tells you exactly where to go, who to talk to, which quests to accept, how to complete quest objectives, and more, all in the most efficient manner to get more done in less time. Since the guides are in-game, they can dynamically detect your progress, update in real time, and automatically skip forward as you complete steps. Finding your way around couldn't be easier thanks to our custom waypoint arrow that works like an in-game GPS, generating the fastest directions to your next location, factoring in every method of travel including flight paths, items, portals, and more. You'll no longer find yourself wondering where to go or what to do next ever again. The guides also include numerous additional features to speed things up even more, like auto-accepting and turning in quests, highlighting the best quest rewards, notifying you when you have new gear upgrades, pointing where you need to fly to on your map, auto-selling gray items, and more. We offer guides for virtually every aspect of the game, including leveling, dungeons, dailies, professions, collectibles, and achievements. Discover all the latest content with our new Featured section, which showcases all the new guides added in every patch and expansion with detailed explanations on how it all works. Or search our entire collection to find a guide for almost anything you want to do. All of our guides have been fully updated for Dragonflight, and new content is being added all the time. Sign up for Zygor Elite and gain instant access to our full suite of guides for both retail and classic WoW for one low monthly fee. As part of Zygor Elite, you'll receive ongoing weekly updates for new patches, future expansions, and seasonal events, as well as general fixes and improvements to make sure all content stays current and well optimized for any changes Blizzard makes. Take your gaming to the next level with Zygor Guides.
Who took the bomb?
See you later.
My visions are not the same as the others. No radiance, no song. Just the shadow taunting me from below.
And we're back with behind the scenes. You missed quite a lot. We were both playing with our animals, and we won't go into any more than that. But yeah, you join us now with the scores updated in the top right-hand corner, top left-hand corner, sorry. Time walking with 10, spin to win with 8, and going down from there. Obviously, if you like the events that we do, please join us at Starship EU on both Discord and Twitter or X. And then if you like Legacy 30 events or old school content in general, then join Legacy 30. Both are in the bottom right Discord and Twitter. The next thing we have to do, though, the final thing we have to do, is Ankahet. That's absolutely what we have to do. Let's load up a bit of that dungeon. Explosion comes out. What do we think then, Lux? We were talking a bit before about you having some experience of Ankahet. What's your thoughts?
I absolutely love this dungeon. Obviously, I was a little bit of a Wrath baby as well, and Ankahet was one of those dungeons where you, again, like Marmite, you either loved it or you hated it because some of the mobs in here hit so hard. I mean, you've got the poison from the spiders. You've also got the Ankhar spell flingers, which are so dangerous with their shadow blasts. Anything could go right or everything could go wrong if you pull too many here.
I see. I'm sorry, it's got a couple of messages that I got completely distracted by, which I didn't mean to get. But are you sure they actually hit hard, or is it because you're a DK and it didn't go?
Yeah. I mean, they could also hit hard because I was just DK. However, it is spell damage and I have anti-magic shell. So, yeah. Joke's on you.
Okay, we're going into Anchorhead. Hopefully the teams are going to be somewhat ready and ready to go as we look at what we managed to draw in the break. So it's a bit of a mirror of what we had the last time. Missed the Fist going into Rug Rug Flap, Chasing Tails going to Spin to Win, and Time Walking as they won, going and having the bye round. So, what do we think? What's a time prediction from you, Lux?
Oh, I'm gonna see three. I'm gonna say 3:10.
310. I think we'll be incredibly lucky to see 310, but perhaps you are correct. Who knows? We'll soon find out, though.
But you've
as
just
we
said
have-
that we're not gonna see that. I can't be right and wrong.
I'm sorry?
But you just said, like,
What?
we could see 3:10.
We could see, but I don't know, so let's find out.
Okay,
We're going to
let's
find
go.
out as the teams are waiting, lined up, and let's queue over to some of the matches and see them jumping around at the start, excitedly waiting for the production master to come and count them in. Who are we having a look at first? We're having a look at Chasing Tails and Spin to Win. Spin to Win had a pretty bad first dungeon, truth be told. They were pretty slow. They managed to get to the final, but they weren't by any means the second quickest. And they had an absolutely phenomenal second dungeon in terms of sky reach, but just got pipped by a couple of seconds by Starship, and obviously almost got pipped by Rug Rug Flap as well. We had that incredible moment where they got exactly the same time. So,
It's
are we
all
expecting
to
another
play for.
fantastic jump? Are we expecting another fantastic dungeon from them, or are we expecting one that's perhaps not as good?
I don't know, because it all depends on when these guys started playing. If they started playing this, obviously during their current and in Wrath, they've had so many expansions to mid-max this dungeon. They should know the routes and what to look out for. Obviously, the skip that you could potentially do with bugging out the end is, of course, completely banned, so you can't actually take advantage of that by jumping over the mushrooms and then maybe jumping down to the next boss to save time. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in terms of jumping down to the mushrooms, at least from the start, that was ruled out as being a glitch. So I don't think
That's correct,
that's
yeah.
allowed. Yeah, but anyway, let's have a look at chat while we're waiting for teams to start. Coop, you should get a wig and have a wig off with Matty. That's absolutely one thing I could do. I agree. And then a couple of other messages going through. I am currently fulfilling the role of Matt, which makes Lux fulfilling me as my role this evening as co-caster.
Coop. Was that a good accent?
Probably better than your American one, but I'm not quite sure what that says.
I'm gonna be sitting on my rocking horse. And yeah. I apologize
your-
to all my American fans out there.
Are you just going to go and just say you're going to be sitting in your rocking chair on your porch with a shotgun and a straw hat? Like, that's the level
That's-
of
no-
kind of...
That's very stereotypical there, Coop, okay? Not all Americans do that, okay? I'm
Which
gonna
part?
be riding my pony in my field and then shooting me some rabbit.
My favorite thing in terms of language is that Americans call it horseback riding as opposed to horse riding, because, like, they have to specify which part of the horse you ride.
This is true. And also, spectacles, eyeglasses. They have to tell you where to put them. So they're for your eyes, not your knees or your feet.
I don't know, you can have a pretty good time with memes if you put them somewhere else, I'm sure.
Yeah. Never mind. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop there. But you've
I
also
lived in
got-
Texas for 25 years, it's close to that. I don't know if you mean the accent or the stereotypes.
Who knows? But you've also got the sidewalk, because that's where you walk.
That
But-
makes sense, though. It does make sense.
Yeah, this is true.
But we have a team that started, so
Yes, let's go. Moving swiftly on, guys.
And we have Chasing Tails who have started, and Spin to Win who are still waiting. They seem to always start second. I assure you, it's stream lag rather than any tactic on their part. Jumping straight down from this fountain section, wings out, lovely transmog, moving into the first boss room. This is obviously one that casts a shield, where you have to go and kill the ad that basically casts that shield for him. But if you manage to kill him before that mob comes out, then nothing's stopping you. You can absolutely do it. Spin to Win going a slightly different direction, it looks like. At least one of them, they're going left. Although the webs are really not doing him a great job there. It's pulling him back. Shadow Blast does still hit harder. We see that as he goes down pretty low, but manages to get himself back up again. Talvi saying, I lived in somewhere for 10 years. The accent sounds awful. I don't know where WI is.
Wisconsin, I want to guess. If any American people are in chat, if you can confirm WI. Or actually Talvi, because she lived there. Hello?
Yeah, just don't ask the person who lived there. She definitely doesn't know where she lived. Yeah, 100%, Max. Well done. Just everyone told her it was WI for 10 years and she never found out what it really was.
No, she does, and she just... Talvi was going around, I live in Wee!
It's probably the state that you live in, but no one else.
No,
We have a
that's
look
what
at...
the groups are currently doing right now, because they're going really, really fast, so they're like, Wee, let's go!
I think they probably are holding hands as well and singing songs. Chasing Tails up at the top. Obviously, you've got to click these two, let's say, things. Let's be professional and call them things to activate the next boss. Timer not running for Spin to Win. Absolutely, Spin to Win haven't activated their timer. They haven't checked. We're going to need to have a bit of a discussion about what we do with that, because Spin to Win, obviously, we're pretty much the favourites for this going into this, but if they don't have a time, then what can we do? Chasing Tails might end up being the default winner of round one, which is going to be quite an interesting situation to get into. All they have to do is complete the dungeon nicely. Production side, can you work that out for us? I will love you long time. It doesn't seem like they're not really pulling the mobs in a way that would be conducive to that much speed. They're not pulling them from one to another. It seems like they're kind of planting their feet and saying, this is where we're going to kill them. They're not dragging the mobs to the position where they would like to be next. Maybe that's one way that Chasing Tails can speed up their runs. What do you think about
Yeah, I think they're trying to maximize their amount of obviously AoE that they can do to the mobs. If you kind of spread them out again, you're going to be lacking a lot of that AoE, because a lot of those mobs are quite slow. They've got a lot of casters at the back. And again, if they forget to click those eggs at the top, which you need to do to be able to spawn the next boss, any amount of these things can actually slow them down. But I think they're just maximizing AoE right now.
Absolutely. You see that lovely skip from Chasing Tails as well.
That
It
was
goes from
amazing,
before
yeah.
the second boss all the way down to the third straight away. What a skip that was. That was beautiful. I had no idea that existed, but he's managed to find it beautifully. Maybe that's one that everyone else knows as well, and it's just me who doesn't. As they're going to be nuking down this boss as quickly as possible. Someone needs to tell Spin to Win what's going on. Maybe we can have a look at Rug Flap and Mr. Fist, as we had people supporting both of those in the chat earlier, and we can transition to have a look at that and the times that they are getting, because I think Rug Flap have a bit of tech that they are supposed to be using. If we can get the transition going across to those at some point soon, that would be lovely. But we'll wait for our behind the scenes team to do that. So yeah, it's a bit of an awkward situation with Spin to Win not having the timer. Not sure what we do, but here we go. Rug Flap, Mr. Fist. Looks like Rug Flap are actually pulling off a pretty good time. I would pretty much predict 4 or 5 minutes. I think low threes is going to be pushing it slightly. Me saying correctly, maybe someone else on the team has the timer running. That's true. That could absolutely be the case, as we have a death come through from Mr. Fist. The first time we've seen the caster curse, I asked for the switch, and down he goes. He's got to run back as quickly as possible. Remember, it's not all about this best of 3 head-to-head. It's also about getting the fastest time, because the fastest loser will also go on. Although the fastest loser does go straight into the time-walking team, and that doesn't sound good for your health. Rug Flap activating as many of the movement speed abilities as they can. Doing a great job so far. As I said, the team that I am perhaps naturally inclined to support. And moving on to the last boss, Double Arcane Mage does seem like you might be able to do something cheesy with the last boss, because obviously you have the casts that make you go into this different vision. But if you can kill him quite quickly enough, then you don't get that activated. I know Brewmaster has a way of doing it with Touch of Death. Maybe with Double Arcane Mage, you just have the damage. Let's have a look here. What do you think, Lux? What's your prediction?
I mean, with the damage, he might be able to get him before he goes into its insanity phase, and it looks like he's absolutely just destroyed that boss. Yeah, he's it'd be interesting if he didn't manage to do it, because with the obviously the other players around the arena and stuff, he stays in that phase until you actually kill those mobs, so that could have caused some severe delay. But as we've seen, Rug Flap have just absolutely annihilated it.
Fantastic job from them. They've got some huge damage and some very skilled players as Mr. Fist are moving their way through the dungeon, although somewhat slower, it has to be said, than Rug Flap. So they're going to have a bit of downtime, and we have the other map that is currently being played. Let's have a look if I can find... Sorry, my voice is running out. If we can find the scores, Lux, you're going to have to help me out a bit as my voice is disappearing from me, and I will try and find the times if you could take over with a bit of action commentary for me.
With a bit of action commentary, as we can see, they're currently zoning in. Guys, I know it's exciting stuff right now, but you know, we're just kind of going through here. We're waiting for Spin to win before they enter the dungeon. And before the teams can actually get themselves sorted, it's actually interesting to see what times we need to get them confirmed from the other two teams. And we have a time in for Rug Flap at a 3 minutes 42. What do you reckon, chat? Do you think they'll be able to get anything quicker than that? What do you guys think that's going to be the best time for these dungeons?
Well, it looks like that you might have been right. 3:10 might be the absolute peak time. I was thinking 1 4 or 5 minutes, but this time I have to say you are right, and we can clip that and ship it as well, and we can both be lovely to each other. How about that?
I suppose for stream we can be nice to each other for a day, right?
Off stream we're not? Do you not like me?
I'm not obliged to answer that.
I'm bullied. I'm bullied by everyone in this guild. If anyone is community, sorry, I'm bullied by everyone in this community. If anyone else can offer me a different community, I will be there in a jiffy. So I'm not the I'm just gonna start crying. I'm fine. Anyway, moving on. Mr. Fist, powering them way through, making sure that they making sure that they finish off and get themselves a time. Rug Flap, obviously. Well, they won the first one with a fantastic time, so we'll just wait for the time for Mr. Fist. I wonder if we can ask our lovely behind the scenes to have a look at the other match that's currently going on, and we can see what time we're getting as we have a look through Twitch chat as well. I'm still getting my tiny brain around these timings for these runs. Top teams, absolutely the best of the best, the best, the best. And we have to look for the other times that are coming through, but we only have one confirmation of one time so far, so I don't know what quite happened with Chasing Towns and Spin to Win and what they agreed to. Yeah, Babs, people saying, I don't bully you. I know, Babs. I know people don't bully me. It's fine. Mr. Fist having a time, which, yeah, we'll get confirmation of in a second, which is 6 minutes 11, which is more in line of what I was thinking.
Is there a
so
gentleman's agreement with Chasing Tails and Spin to Win because their timers may or may not have been running?
I am really not sure what they would have agreed to that. I kind of thought that the timer was their own obligation and their own duty, but we'll see what they end up agreeing, because at the minute it looks like they're very much paused and waiting to pounce, and we're just going to wait for these teams at the start of the instance. And we go back to us. Hello, lovely people joining us
Hello,
in chat.
welcome.
How are you?
I'm great.
Oh,
How are
great.
you, Coop?
We're going into the Lux After Dark voice, are we?
Lux after. Oh, we need to discuss that as well. Maybe we can get the other communities in with it as well. We could get some different accents from the American teams coming over. We can get, of course, everybody else.
All those accents, like American and
Everybody else, yeah.
everyone else. You just have a thing. You definitely have a thing for American accents.
Asante sana.
What?
Asante sana.
Okay.
That's thank you very much in Swahili. You're welcome.
Okay.
Look, I'm multicultural. I know all these languages.
You do know. You Google Translate incredibly fast, I have to say.
Godverdomme.
Okay. I'm getting confirmation that the timer broke for the whole team. Dex is talking to you in chat. I'm not quite sure if I want to even try to pronounce that or know what it says. Timer broke for the whole team, restarting now, but I've told them to finish the run. if they have one functioning timer. Absolutely. I don't know what's happening with their timer. We will work something out. But while we do, let's have a look at the other runs that are going on. And Lux, I'm going to need you to help me again because I'm going to keep need. Yeah, Lux, please don't get us banned.
I'd never get us banned. Guys, what do you reckon about that? You know, he needs to lubricate his esophagus, shall we say. But as we kind of zoom into the teams now, we need to get a close up with regards to the timers, whether it is just one team or is it actually all the teams, do we think? And as Fishbowl Head did say in chat, spit on that thing.
Jesus
Sorry.
Christ.
I knew I would get it in eventually, Coop.
You did. You did.
He set me up for that one. He set me up for that.
I'm needing to calm my voice down slightly, but we seem to have some action with Chasing Tails and Spin to Win heading off. Fate saying our team should have been named that. Honestly, yeah, you could have. Then I would have had to say it the whole stream. So I'm thankful that it wasn't. Yep, they'll be starting to move through the dungeon again. We have another matchup. I guess this is going to be round 1.
Ding 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 ding. I'm good at soundboard events, guys. You're welcome. But as you can see, Chase and Tails are actually pushing through. They're at the first boss now, while Spin to Win are coming through, taking up all those extra mobs as well. Going a slightly different way. Now, are they actually going to pull in for the first boss as well? Yes, they are. So they're kind of... Oh, we have a death. No, we have a death for Chasing Tails. Was that a whole wipe? That was a team wipe, potentially? That means a lot of the mobs may have reset, but I do see somebody still in action, so they might have actually saved it for Chasing Tails. We'll cut back to them in a moment as Spin to Win are actually downing this boss quite quickly as they clear up the mobs. Oh, what do you think, Coop? Have they blown it here, do you think? Oh no,
Yeah, they've
it's
died
going
again.
terrible. It's going terrible for Chasing Tails. They need to regroup.
Everything has
guys.
gone. Everything has gone from bad to worse for them, and it looks like Spin to Win are very much going to take this. I'm going to have to change where my voice is being projected from, so if it gets suddenly very Barry White, then I'm very sorry for it. People are saying Lux sheep when?
What?
Sheep when, Lux?
I'm not a mage, so I'm really sorry. I am a Death Knight.
I think
Or-
they want you to do
no.
the noise in the camera again.
No, because they're going to clip... I mean, they've probably clipped me already, to be fair. You Stop.
You barstools. You barstools.
Yeah, that's what
you
I
meant
said.
to say.
Yeah, I stopped.
Mm.
You barstools. They're so uncomfortable, those barstools. As we go into Chasing Tails, as they take on the top 4 mobs, be very, very careful, of course, of that knockback, which they placed very, very well. How interesting would it be had they actually removed that invisible wall?
It would have been very interesting, but I heard that you can't sit on bar stools because they start disappearing.
It all well, it depends on the size of your hoop, I suppose.
It does. It
And
does.
and your girth.
Let's see if Chasing Tails do the same skip as before and jump off the side. It was interesting to see the first time. Yo, that skip, haven't seen that before. That's going to change the times. Yeah, there was definitely some interesting skips coming through from all the teams here. As we see a slight cheekiness being involved in some of these. He's waiting to perhaps he used the gateway earlier on. Spin to Win though haven't had any deaths so far, so they very much look like they're going to be the ones who take round 1 if fear comes out, but they're in no danger at all. Already at 100%. This is one of the things about the mob percentage for this dungeon. It was very easy to achieve. So there's no worry about, like we had in Skyreach, of needing the last couple of mobs. It's very much get to the end and blast the boss, as they've activated the special event already, and up he goes. Put a couple of extra mobs in to make sure they're using the time efficiently, but to some extent, they've already capped the number of mobs, so efficiency now isn't really a problem. Triple reset on 3rd boss, says someone. Oh. I don't know what to say about that. No idea what to say about that. What are you thinking therefore so far, Lux? Do you think Chasing Tails were just a bit unlucky, or there was something wrong with their strategy?
I don't think it was wrong with their strategy per se. I just think they were extremely unlucky. I mean, like I said, a lot of these mobs in here are very, very dangerous. That first pull, you've got all those casters. If you're unlucky enough to get targeted by the Ankar flingers with that shadow blast, you're dead. I mean, because you're pulling at least 4 or 5 on that pull. So if you're not line of sighting, if you don't get it down, you don't interrupt or even stun, you're dead.
We perhaps missed something. So we're getting told in chat that Spin to Win ported the Herald to the third boss.
I definitely missed that then. I must have been looking at Spin to Win at that point.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Monk pulled it apparently. We took the last of the third. Apparently, it wasn't the port. They just ran. Simply enough. Good old fashioned running. Good old fashioned running. Yeah. Yeah. So,
Well,
but yeah,
it did really, really well for Forrest Gump. So run, Forrest, run.
absolutely. Here comes the insanity cast for Chasing Tails, and not going to be able to get it down in time. Oh, it's like 2% left. That would be really unlucky if they needed that. Oh, they managed to get it down anyway, probably through dots. So there's the time. We'll make confirmation of that, and we'll start slowly confirming more of the times as we go through. So Chasing Tails got a 5:37 spin to win. Got a 4 minutes 10. Rug Flap have their second time come through. Remembering that their first one was a 3:42, they got a 3:38. So we're just waiting there for Mr. Fist to give us their time, and then we can confirm who's gone through to the next round. Fishbowl Head saying it's amazing how the tactics for these runs change every time these events are held. Absolutely, there's different meta every single time. There's no really such thing as a meta for these events. They all have different things that end up showing throughout. Mr. Fist finishing up this boss here, but it doesn't look like they're going to be anywhere near close to challenging Rug Flap.
No, very not. I mean, as Fishbowl Head said, you know, when you do these dungeons, you find little ways to mid-max and stuff, and the amount of times these guys have probably run this dungeon is probably more than you or I combined, to be fair. And yeah, just perfecting those strategies.
Yeah, I remember running this in, I think it was Wrath Classic to level my prop paladin on launch. Because it was one of the leveling dungeons, wasn't it? You could do a bit of a loop at the beginning with AoE leveling. Yeah, you could AoE level a bit at the beginning, or at least AoE farm. Yeah, it was really nice. It was a cool thing to do. Did you ever try any of the AoE leveling inside dungeons as a mage or as a paladin?
I did not. No, I pretty much vanillaed most of my characters and just leveled them up through the questing experience, because the questing experience is pretty good. Some of the storylines are absolutely phenomenal.
Are you one of the people who read the quest text, or do you skip it?
So I read it first, like the first couple of times, but then after you've obviously done it, you know, you know pretty much what the storyline is, as we have a death from Mr. Fists.
Yeah, things going from bad to worse for Mr. Fist. Doesn't look like they're going to be anywhere near challenging Rug Flap at this point, although not many people are. Talvi's saying, I approve, Lux. I'm one of these people who skips.
You must have read it first, though, to know what's going on, right? When you first leveled your character, for example.
I have no idea about any of the WoW story. I'm
Really?
joking. I know some of the WoW story. I know the basic stuff, but yeah, I don't read all the side quests and stuff like this. No, I don't. I'm one of those horrible people. Talvi hates me for it, I'm sure.
I want a divorce.
You gonna marry me?
I want a divorce from you, from the guild and the community. It's not acceptable, Coop.
I skip cinematics.
I'm face palming right now. You make me sad. You make me sad.
I want a poll. I'm demanding a poll in Twitch chat. Do you skip cinematics or do you watch them? That's the thing. I want a poll in Twitch chat. Skip cinematics or watch them. I want to know how much of an irregularity I am. Crickets. Yeah, thank you very much. Did
Okay,
you
so
skip the cinematic where Thrall fought Garrosh? No, I did not.
that's just a sigh of I can't believe you did
Uh,
this.
Banner, what's law? Law is something you study at university, right?
No, that's what you don't break, so you don't get arrested. I get it. Coop, coop. You get it.
No. We're going off track. We are going off track. And
As
Mr.
we're
Fisk got a
waiting for the
6.
teams.
Yeah, Mr. Fisk got a 6:23 that time. So we are pretty much done. Rug Flap getting well, winning in 2. We're waiting for. I don't think we're waiting for anyone else. That's pretty much all the times, unless I am very much mistaken.
Chasing Tails are currently running through their second dungeon, I believe.
Chasing
As
Tails.
they pull through, yeah.
Okay. It seems like in chat, I'm very much the one and only person who does not watch cinematics. I will have to go back and watch them all, back to back. One of those YouTube videos, all of the WoW
Noble.
cinematics back to back.
Noble does them all. Noble?
Okay.
Noble.
Novel?
Yeah, the law guy.
Yeah, no, I know who Novel is. Okay, we're waiting for Chasing Tails and Spin to win. They finished their second run as they had to reset. Of course, that's what we're doing. So this is their second run. To see who does this. I mean, I agree with Banner, even though he's probably memeing. I just get in and pump. You just pump. Typical
Does
DPS
the
brain.
smell follow that pump or no?
No. It's not a
Okay.
sewage type pump. I thought we had a death from Spin to win there, but maybe I was just missing things. But they are getting through this boss relatively slowly. I'd assumed that they would manage to get this boss down with a touch of death from this monk, but it doesn't seem like it's going to have happened. They move through down, obviously, into the next couple of platforms and see how they deal with those as opposed to chasing tail. They're at chasing tails. Slightly different meaning there. So they're at roughly about the same point of this dungeon, but as you can see, chasing tails are just kind of stopping here and trying to get those mobs down as opposed to just consistently running through. Mr. Smith saying watch cinematics once then skip. You'd assume that I'd watched it once, which is an interesting assumption to make. We're going to have a pretty close head-to-head here as we move up towards as what I coined earlier as those thingies you click.
Yeah, they didn't misclick. No, no, that was a really good use there for Chasing Tails there to actually click the egg to knock them back down the webbed platform there, just to save them a few seconds to try and at least get to neck and neck with Spin to win.
Gateways going out to make sure they can go on the ledge. You have to do this. Is one of the things, in case you're wondering how to do this at home, is you need to gateway onto the ledge because you're not actually it doesn't let you port onto the ledge for some reason, so you have just naturally jump on there, so you have to port up there as they're going to pull the second boss. This one is obviously the very annoying one that I'm not sure if you can actually solo. I'm yet to see anyone solo it because he does the thing where he pins you to the ground afterwards, which is something I heard that you quite like as a mechanic, Lots.
Yeah, well, I don't like it done to me per se because you can't shout surprise because he doesn't do that, so he just sucks the life out of you. Enjoyable for some, not for others.
Talking about sucking the life at you, here we go on this boss who obviously has these let's say pawns that he uses to empower himself if you're not very careful. Shadow Fury coming out on the AoE. Gotta make sure that this boss doesn't reset. He's a really horrible one for resetting, as both of these teams are at the same point in this dungeon. One team manages to get him down pretty fast though, as we've got the third boss pulled all the way here. Sorry, the final boss pulled all the way here, and they're going to finish him off, hopefully before this Insanity cast hits for their own sake. It looks like he's just got through that cast.
They haven't. No, they haven't. There we go. As they killed the one mob, the dots then killed off that boss. That was a pretty sick time from Spin to win. It'll be interesting to see what they actually pulled out there.
Yep, we'll get confirmation of the time from Spin to Win and bring it to you as soon as we possibly can, and which is a 328, by the way. So 310 is becoming more and more likely, Chasing Tails running up towards the final boss, but it does look like Spin to Win are going to have claimed this and claim their place in the next round. 310 still your prediction, Lux?
Yep, I'm definitely sticking with it. I mean, we've got some super quick times, and yet we still have the time walking community. And as we know, those guys are super quick.
Yeah, absolutely super quick. I really like the fact that this guy still has the quest mob. He's never done the quest despite doing this dungeon so many times. That's the kind of thing that I would do that would annoy the normal person. So this is definitely a team that I admire on Spin to Win there. We get a time for Chasing Tails. Also, having not done the quest despite farming this place for ages, I appreciate it. And we'll get confirmation of that time and make sure that we are correct. 451, so absolutely they are not going to go through to the next round. So that means we have 3 Rug Flap, and we have Spin to Win go through. Now we just need confirmation of who is the fastest loser, and the entrance of the time walking team, our current most likely winners on 10 points. Remember, all they have to do is get to the final. Essentially, if they get to the final, then they're insurmountable. What do you think the chances are of them doing just that?
I think they pretty much got it in the bag, unless they crash and burn somehow. But with the consistency that they've been pulling through pretty much across this entire tournament, I think they should have it. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Oh, I think it was in Cleveland. Not time walking.
Yeah, but I mean, you've got to root for the home team, even though you're supporting all those other guys with those awesome accents, right?
Okay.
I'm impartial across the board.
You're impartial, but you said, I hope, and cross your fingers for them to win.
Leave my hypocrisy alone, Coop, okay?
If you call me out, I will call you out as well. It's
High
getting
five. High five.
We'll have a look
Breathe,
and see
breathe.
if any,
We've got this.
we'll have a look and see if anything interesting is coming through in chat. Now is your time if you want to ask Lux any questions. This is a free-for-all, and ask me anything with Lux in chat.
After dark. This is not Lux After Dark. Not at least yet.
If you can make her blush on stream, then that'll be incredible. Get your questions over. I'm looking at you specifically, me, but hopefully you will get some interesting questions come our way from her as you sort out.
I'd answer pretty much most questions, to be fair. However, we are streaming live. We are doing a collab with the awesome Legacy 30 community. I can certainly... Oh, Meeb. That's pretty rough, shouldn't you say?
Just in case you missed it in Twitch chat, Meeb asked her to woof for us, and she said it's pretty rough. So here we have confirmation: Mr. Fist versus Rug Flap. Rug Flap. Flap. Jesus Christ.
Flap. Not
Rug
flap. Say it after me. Flap.
Flap. Yeah.
Okay, I've got you, Coop. It's good.
Can you take over, please?
So we have Rug Flap against Spin to Win as our match number 4. And then, of course, we have the Time Walking community taking on Chasing Tails. Who is going to be in the grand finale? Tune in and find out.
Beautifully done. And with that transition as well, we go straight into the Time Walking community versus Chasing Tails. And I am banned from saying that team name ever again. It's all going to be you. I'm going to throw it to you to say Rug.
Rug Flap.
Yes. We're now 1-1. We're waiting for this round to start, and we're going to try.
They need to rename it to Rug Flap Rug.
Or just Flap. Just start with the word Flap.
Flap Rug. No, because that sounds wrong. Flap Rug.
Rub what? Yeah, that's
why I'm waiting. That's why I'm waiting for the timer to start. Please don't call it Rub Flap. We're devolving, guys. We're devolving. Okay, let's
It's
get
that
these.
time of night for us.
Yeah.
It's approaching midnight, and things change.
We grow ears and fangs.
Don't. Just
We're
don't
just-
go there.
yeah.
That's a genre of literature that we don't want to peek our heads into.
Oh, it's that rule 39. No, rule 39. Me, what rule is it?
I like how you ask people the DJing questions. Me, what's the DJ answer to this, please?
I think it's 39. I can't remember, but we're waiting for production as for a countdown for our two teams, Time Walking and of course Chasing Tails, EU versus NA, NA versus EU, as we are ready to rumble as the countdown starts.
Super long countdown, but it won't be a super long instance as we have our last couple of rounds here. It's going to be quite interesting to see who ends up coming first, second, and third for those amazing prizes. Chasing Tails really have to progress here. If not, then pretty much their chances of winning a prize go out the window.
Yeah, it's pretty
Stuff.
much all or nothing for Chasing Tails as they drop down that Warlock portal and start getting in straight away to pull those mobs to the first boss by the looks of it.
Yep, Fishbowl Head saying, I'm starting to think Meeb is actually the real filthmonger and he's just a bad influence on Lux.
Totally agree. See, I've been saying this all along. You never believed me.
So are you saying you are saintly and Meeb is the queen of filth?
Yeah, so I'm I don't know. I don't know the angel names, I think.
Can
So
you
Meeb's-
prove
Meeb's
it?
Lucifer.
Can you tell us
Oh,
a
I'm a
Meeb
Menadiel.
based story?
I'm a Menadiel, okay? I'm the nice warrior angel thing, and then Meeb's Lucifer.
Well, if you have any evidence, then let us know, because I currently don't believe you. If you can tell us a Meeb-based story, then that's something else. It's Time Walking burst their way through this boss. Are they going to beat it before the shield? No, they don't, but they managed to get the boss down, the mob down that spawns the shield pretty quickly, and that's that dealt with before you know it. That was soloed, I believe. No, it wasn't. I am a complete. It was. Sorry, I'm
Yeah,
counting
it
his
was.
pet
Yeah,
as
yeah.
I'm counting his pet as another player. That's how powerful he is. Back onto his hunter, of course, no longer on his mage. He's obviously geared two characters and done all of this. Is fantastic as we managed to pull all of this up to the next boss. Obviously, the Brewmaster bringing massive amounts of survivability, and they just pre-did all of that section for him, so you can just come and join them on this boss, where he's going to get pinned down to the floor. Let's have a look at Twitch chat. Are they excited? I'm very happy to blame me, but I'm equally opposed to letting Lux off the hook. Very nice. I think Lucifer is stronger than Menadiel, so don't know. You tell me. And me saying I do have horns.
She does actually. She 3D prints them. Hello.
Ah, okay. Okay. Well, I wasn't going to ask. I just kind of thought that was kind of a thing that should stay between you. But yeah, if she 3D prints them, then fantastic. Yeah. Shout out to me for her amazing work.
Is horny because she has a lot of them.
Well, if you ever want a set of horns for whatever purposes you may have, Meeb is the person to reach out to. Yeah, she can provide you with all of your horny needs. Anyway, time. Chasing Tails running through and backwards, which is an interesting strategy. I wonder.
They're
if
using
there's
the
some
skip by
method.
the looks of it straight down.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a different way that they could have done that, because it seems like a bit of a waste of time to go backwards, but perhaps that's the best possible way. Time walking, killing this boss. Obviously, we just have the one point of view from Goru, and they're done. Wow, look at that time.
That has to be close to the 310 mark. It has to be, right? Because as you've seen there, they split up as the other two went straight up to the final boss.
Absolutely, we'll get confirmation of the time. We have a confirmation from the other matchup, which is a... Oh my goodness. Okay, listen to this. Spin to win, 325 versus Rug Flap. A 329, 4 seconds in it. Spin to win, 1-0 up in that one. Amazingly close again. Time walking, 3 minutes, 2.
I called
3
it.
minutes. 3 minutes, 2 seconds.
Called it. Fist
You
bump.
did.
Fake fist pump.
Yeah. Virtual fist bump. And no one else can see us do it because we're not on camera. I can hear Adam pulling his hair out from here. I don't know which Adam you mean. If you mean Adam 1 or Adam Prime or whatever names we're now calling ourselves, because I rejected being called Adam 2. Which Adam do you think I am, Lux?
Superior Adam.
Superior.
Only because I'm casting with you today.
And which
It can
and
change
which
like
is-
the wind.
And the other Adam is Adam what?
Inferior.
Inferior. You have Adam Superior and Adam Inferior. Interesting. Okay. Are people saying Coop and Control? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
That's also true.
Or Adam Spare. Well, Banner, you're from the time walking community, so hopefully I am not Adam Spare to you. Hopefully I have taken a place in all the hearts of and minds of the time walking community, and you can treat me like one of your own, or maybe I'm a spare. Who knows? Lux, you are not allowed a burger now. Explain.
Pass? Wait, I don't know. Why can't I have a burger? I was just about to say something inappropriate. I stopped myself. It's fine. As we go into the obviously run with, is it Rug Flap? Are they into
We have we're watching. We currently have Chasing Tails up on the screen with their final time, which is they're saying a personal best for them, setting it on the day. Fantastic stuff to see. Main competition, obviously competing against yourself as well as the other teams, and they set a 4:48, which is a really good time. Which is kind of what I would think of as a really good time. 3 minutes is obviously something pretty insane, and we're going to get other times come through slowly now. Rug Flap using Invis, escaping past these mobs, obviously waiting for Spin to Win to start their time. Going up to the second boss. Let's see how quickly they can get all of this down. This is going to be really interesting. 4 seconds in between it, and let's have a look and see what happens.
that
People
was
saying Adam is in charge of because Adam is in charge of the barbecue. So no burgers for you.
I'll just eat you, Talvi, it's fine.
Well, hopefully she's smothered in some kind of sauce. As we go and get another one of these bosses vanishing. Here we go again. Let's see how they skip past this door. And let's go straight through. Very nice. Very nice. Adam Prime is my raid leader, so he's my main Adam. Are we allowed to have a favorite Adam? As long as it's me, then absolutely you are allowed.
Yeah,
Spin
as
to
long,
Win,
as
pulling
long as
them
he's called Adam, it's fine. Oh.
Sure, why not? I'm not going to argue my position anymore. I will have to accept my place bringing up the rear, which is sometimes the place to be. Rugby going into the third boss hit. What the hell?
So there's some. So Spin to Win must have delayed their run because, as you can see, unless Rug Flap was absolutely stormed through this dungeon, because
Oh,
as you can see, they're on different bosses right now.
Yeah, they had a bit of a problem with the life going down, but they managed to stabilize, and they're going to finish off this boss. As you said, Spin to Win started a bit later, so we're going to have to look at the timers as we go through here, and not so much at the head-to-head. People saying barbecue, yum. Yeah, absolutely. Well, part of being in the Starship community is a community atmosphere and feeling, and we do have things like barbecues and just general meetups. I'm actually going to meet some of these guys and girls in Prague in the not-too-distant future. But Lux, you're not coming.
I can't get
break my
time
heart.
off work, unfortunately. I've used all my holidays for all the charity events that I'm currently doing between September and October, maybe next year.
Oh, that would be nice. Where should we meet next year?
I don't know, because if it's in Europe, we definitely need a central point. Maybe somewhere for even the, obviously the Legacy 30 community could also join us. We could do like a community IRL collab.
We could make this a LAN party. We could just have a massive house and just do this LAN.
Yeah,
Old
we could.
school.
Legacy 30. We'll grab Guru and the guys and the girls over at the Time Walking community. We could do a massive collab.
Yeah, and all these people from NA can just fly over to Europe. That's absolutely fine.
Ireland. That's central, right?
Close enough. Somewhere in the Atlantic might be central. We've got a death on Spin to Win, which is actually quite insane. We've got a
No. Oh, that was a
There's another one.
great
But back
save.
to full. Oh, it's not back to full health. That's the Guardian Spirit. Oh my goodness, they've really got to pull something out the bag here. Maybe they can get this one down. This is not going to res. It's going to res him up at this boss. There's no point in running away back. Rug Flap now have a fantastic opportunity to take 1-0 and get some revenge against Spin to Win. They still have the opportunity. If they got through to the final and they won, then they would actually go second or equal second.
Yeah, that makes it 1-1.
Absolutely. And Spin to Win had a full wipe. Oh,
Yeah, they
no.
had to reset there. I mean, that was so close though.
That was
And
super close.
Investor pretty almost got there in time before the Guardian Spirit proc from Holy there. Just that 1 second. I think that 1 second might have saved it.
Absolutely. I'm seeing other things coming through on chat. For legal reasons, this is a joke. I don't know what message that was pinned for, but I won't question any further. Let's have a look at other times coming through. So we have a 4 minutes 33 from Rug Flap, I believe that is. So perhaps they had some problems as well. It seems it wasn't just Spin to Win. So we'll see what ends up happening with the Spin to Win time. Perhaps they still have a bit of a chance. In this, Rugs is raiding with a party of 17 raiders. Thank you very much if you're joining us. This is coming into the final couple of rounds of the Legacy 30 Dungeon Dash event, brought to you today by Starship. The links for our community as well as the Legacy 31 are in the bottom right of your screen, but we're currently going through with time walking. Currently the favourites with 10 points. The points and scores on the doors are on the top left. Time walking with 10, Spin to Win with 8, Rug Flap with 6, Chasing Tails with 4, and Mr. Fist with 2, bringing up the rear. It's 5 points for a win, and then going down all the way down to 1 for the slowest team. Time walking currently with the quickest team for this map as well. It was pretty much all of the others with a 3-minute 2-second run. Let's see if they can do anything better. Sub 3 minutes would be insane. What do we think? Sub 3 minutes? Are we going to revise our predictions?
I can't see them defeating sub 3 minutes again, just with cooldowns, just with the length of this dungeon and everything that's going on, unless they get lucky. Of course, with all those crits, the damage that these guys put out is absolutely insane. And again, any kind of flawless ability would be able to get them through this to get the 3 minutes, but I don't know. Something tells me they're not going to do it.
Yeah, unless this boss resets. This boss does have a habit of resetting. Hubba. He really does. So let's see if he gets through this nice and easily. He seems like he's going to pull it off. He used his favorite ability of getting down here using the parachute and going down. We saw that earlier in the mother load. And Chasing Tails flashing red, going down low on health, but they're still managing to do a great job. Remember as well, around the second round, still the fastest loser will get third place. So we want to make sure that the teams finish that and make sure that they put in fantastic times. Time Walking have finished this run. It looks like they're going through to the final no matter what, which means, even more crazily, a 2-minute 59 run.
No, they did it!
That's an insane time. Anchorhead, normal, 3-player, level 30 capped, 2-minute 59 run. What an insane time. That is miles ahead of everyone else.
3 seconds, yeah. Where did they find 3 seconds from? I mean, to be fair, Rug Flap did pull out a 3 minutes 29, so I mean, it's still a good 30 seconds that they need to find from somewhere as well to get anywhere near those times, but also Spin to Win with a 3:25.
Yeah, absolutely. Spin to Win are pulling out good times as well. They've got pretty solid times coming through from everyone. Chasing Tails got a 4:41, fantastic for them. I believe that's another personal best for them, which is fantastic. Posting caps lock in the production chat. I'm still amazed by the 2:59. I'm going to wait for the other teams to give us their final times and make sure that everything is written scores on the doors. But obviously, Time Walking Community are going through to the final. and then we just have the other one to show, which is going to be Rug Rug Flap and Spin to Win. Who goes through in that one? That's the only event that's coming through. Meeb saying nerf the time walking community. Absolutely, it seems like they're going to have to start playing with weights on their ankles or something like this to hold them back and somehow handicap them. If we can ask our lovely production to switch to the other game to make sure that we're watching something relevant here and not the match that's already over. Legacy 30 sending hearts. Goru Prime in the chat. Mr. Fist baby, they're my champs. Lots of stuff coming through in the chat. We enjoy all the interaction. Make sure you keep it coming. We enjoy seeing it all as we approach the grand final and seeing now if we can get something really, really, really quick. But this is...
So we've got Rug Rug, Flap Flap and Spin to Win as a 1-1 right now. So we need the third dungeon for that one, I believe, to try and at least get it through to see who is going to go through to that next final.
Yeah, if we can get Rug Rug Flap and Mr. Fist head to head on our screen, that would be fantastic to see. Mr. Producer, this is the wrong game. There we go.
We've got it.
There we go. We've got something going on. I don't... Maybe it finished when we were talking. Maybe we talked too long and they had this goal. We're going to try and find that game for you in just a second, as I don't quite know what's happened here to all of this. We'll try and sort something out. It looks like they actually might be getting ready for their run, and and we are half of the screen here, and we'll split that over. What are your predictions then? It was 1-1 going into this. Who do you think takes it into the final?
I don't know, because the first game was so close. You had 4 seconds between Spin to Win and Rug Rug Flap. It was like 3:29 against 3:25, so it could again be anybody's game here. Rug Rug with a 4:33 for their second round and a 4 Spin to Win with that wipe ended up on a 6:09. So this could be anybody's game.
Absolutely, I agree with you. But we're trying to find the stream for you for Rug Rug Flap. It seems to have gone. It seems to have gone dead, and they're just watching us instead, and that's what they're streaming. Which is streamception going on. A Spin to Win moved their way through. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely content. Obviously, if Rug Rug Flap were to get through this, then that would be fantastic, and they would have a chance of coming second. But maybe they've decided that they're not going to give it a go. I don't know what's happening. We'll find out for you. Maybe it's just some sort of weird stream bug happening. But let's see if Spin to Win are going to be able to get a sub 3-minute run here, which would be absolutely crazy. There's explosions, as you say, going everywhere, all over your screen currently, and we apologise for that, and we'll try and get something started and sorted for you. Talk us through this then, Lux. Spin to Win going through the first boss.
As you can see, they've pretty much pulled the most of the room, as the boss does pretty much go down with the shield, which is now gone, as they should be going through now to the second boss. Looks like they might have also split up as well, with the warrior going ahead with taking up all these mobs and stuff as well. But it'll be interesting to see what time they can pull out. Remember, they need to click the eggs to make sure that they save as much time as physically possible to maximize their output here.
I'm getting told that Rug Rug had to summon members for a delayed start, and they died, and they thought they had lost, and they didn't see the wipe of Spin to Win, so they probably stopped their stream. So it seems like they might have just stopped playing because they thought they'd lost, but they didn't then realize that Spin to Win had also wiped. So Spin to Win by default are going to end up going through to the final because Rug Rug didn't realize that they'd wiped, which is an interesting position to be in. So Spin to Win are going to end up going through to the final here. What is the left stream? A stream for ants? Yeah, it's just crazy stuff going on right now on stream, but we can only work with what we have, and we're going to end up with a final of probably the same finals we had most times, isn't it? It's every single time so far. This has been the consistent final of Time Walking and Spin to Win, which is pretty crazy consistency, to be honest.
They're just phenomenal players. It just kind of is a testament to both communities on the EU and the NA side of It doesn't matter where you're from, you can be just as good as each other, and that's a great thing about World of Warcraft, of course, as both the communities come together and provide this great tournament. And obviously, thank you very much for Legacy 30 and all our participants so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We're wandering through here. It looks like we've had everything done. So they're going to go through to the final, and it's going to be a head-to-head.
Zero pressure final.
Well, the only thing to say now is that the winner has pretty much already been decided, right? Because we have a 2-point lead for the Time Walking community. Spin to win, obviously 2 points behind, and there's only a 1-point gap between first and second. So now it's all about personal pride. I mean, Spin to win is Legacy 30 is their community. Time Walking are very much the newcomers coming into this, so it's all about personal pride now. Can you beat the Time Walking guys?
Yes.
EU, NA, all of this, as well as people coming into your community, etc., etc. People saying USA, USA in the chat. Get your flags out, get your hats with a coat straw, etc., etc. And absolutely, we will make sure that we get this brought to you live, the whole thing, head to head. Wow, this is exciting. People saying Brexit, EU, US. Yeah, nail your colours to the mast. Absolutely.
In
Spin
the
to win.
blue corner, we
Go for it.
have the Time Walking community. And in the red corner, bringing up the USA. Who do we have? It is Spin to win. I was going to go an American accent, but I thought, nah.
I thought there's no point.
Boxing,
Okay.
ready?
Ready. So let's get everything.
Ding.
Let's get everything loaded up. These teams are going to be loading in and getting everything ready to do their fastest possible times. We've seen a sub 3 minute from Time Walking. Are we going to see a sub 3 minute from Spin to win? There's only one way to find out. Let's load in with the teams.
There we
See
go.
what they are. It's exciting stuff. Do you think they'll do a sub 3 minute again?
I mean, for personal pride, they're going to have to. There's
You
no
think they
question.
have to?
Yeah, there's no question about it. You can't pull a 259 and not go better, right?
You would think so. You think that, well, it was sub 3 minutes. It was 2:59, right? It was a mental time, insane sort of timing. So let's give them a thing of 2 minutes 50. What should we give them? Let's say they do a 2 minutes 50. Let's give them something.
I'm going to say give them 2:55 because then at least 4 seconds is achievable. Trying to find 9 seconds in 1 or 2 pulls probably not going to be doable unless he gets super lucky with all the crits.
True. Let's have some predictions in chat. So chat, tell us, what do you think Time Walking is going to get as their time? What do you think Spin to win is going to get with their time? Who are you supporting? Who do you think is going to win as we go down these webs to the starting positions for the final? Pride at stake, EU, NA, as we said. Said we wouldn't hype that up too much, but
Here we
we're
are.
going for it for the final. We're going for it for the last one of the final. Healthstone's getting traded and everything. Murderous Dog, big up Time Walking gang. So we have EU and Time Walking gang, Legacy 30, NA. Where are you guys at? Let's see some of you. See some of your support in here for Spin to win. We're obviously having the Brewmaster, Holy Priest, and Fury Warrior. Same sort of thing as throughout. And Time Walking playing their kind of classic comp from this of having the Survival Hunter Brewmaster and Warlock. Squishy Flap, subscribe with Prime. Thank you very much, Squishy. And thank you very much for joining. Squishy is part of the Rug Flap team who did a fantastic job. It was absolutely brilliant runs to see, and they were so close on so many occasions. It must be incredibly frustrating. I know it must be. Absolutely. May the winners win by me, but absolutely thank you. The winners will be the best team, for sure.
And Spin to win are absolutely going for it. We've got Investor there going straight through and up to try and activate the second boss, pulling all these ads, trying to maximize as much time as possible.
Yeah, we should be we're having a bit of a issue, I think, in what you guys can see and what we can see. I think what you guys can see currently is time walking moving and spin to win just starting. Time walking on the first boss here as Goru is soloing it down.
There
Will
we
he
go.
be able to? I think that will be the main thing. If he can find a way to do it so that he doesn't end up at proccing the boss with the shield, it would save quite a lot of time, to be honest with you. We'll see what happens. Let's say this Eddie Spin guy kind of holding them back. No, I think that's someone trolling in the chat. Hopefully it is. Hopefully you know who they are. Thanks for all the follows and subs tonight. Absolutely. Thank you, Talvi, for reminding me. Thank you for everything that's happened tonight. All the donations earlier, the subs, the follows. Hopefully you've had a fantastic evening with us, and hopefully we'll see you again at some point as we're going through here. Spin to win, going up to the last boss. We've still got the third one to do. Time walking. We're seeing Goru here on his hunter, solo or taking down some bosses on his own. Or no, I'm wrong. There's the brewmaster there with him. They pull them all up there together, and it's the monk this time we have the point of view of on spin to win, pulling them all. This is the pull that we said, going back all the way. This is going to be super close.
Yeah, Spin to Win are pulling the last boss down towards the other group, but we've got a death as well in the Spin to Win team as they're taking on the third boss by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think it's going to be thrown back to this is what happened the last time where the Holy Priest did get nuked down, but it looks like they've saved the day and actually got to the boss before it reset.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be lucky now. I think if you're looking at them playing without a member, still left up with one down, time walking. You're looking at stream. You're hoping for one of these things with the boss resets, but it doesn't look like it's gonna happen. It looks like it's gonna be a really consistent run, same as kind of always from time walking. You're always within 5 seconds. Nothing really ever goes wrong. It's that level of consistency that makes them such a great tournament team. That's what goes down here. 2 bosses on top of each other, still 1 man down for Spin to Win. Not having that kind of having a combat rest is really looks like it's going to hurt them. Although they are getting it done.
I think they've
Here's
got
the
it,
time.
yeah.
Here's the time for time walking. We'll let you know if you are on mobile what that time comes up as. They got a 3-minute, 3-second run. So not quite faster than 3 minutes still. They're still super close. Just need confirmation of what Spin to Win got from this, but I don't think it's going to be quicker. They got a
3:48.
48, yeah. That's a lot of time to make up.
That is, I mean, they lost a lot of time, of course, losing one of their members as well.
That's absolutely true. They lost one of their members pretty early on. So now, once again, are they going to be able to make up all that time? Are they going to be able to stay alive, pull through this, find a new strategy as a team perhaps, and really take it to the EU guys on the time walking community as we're getting ready to reset? Yeah, what do you think there's any chance for them to pull 30, 40 seconds back?
I want to say yes, but again, what happened there? Eddie died. It's same happened in the last match as well. Eddie went down. The Holy Priest was trying to keep themselves up, while obviously the monk came and tried to save the day. Didn't manage to save the day the first time, but I think if Eddie can stay up there, use whatever personals he's already using to try and keep themselves alive, they might be able to pull some of that time back. But they need to figure out how to maximize their damage and kind of prevent that death.
Absolutely, they're all doing a great job. All these teams have done fantastically. But there's just those, as we were saying earlier, like there's just those small bits that you can really do to make up really massive amounts of time. And we are going to have a look here as they are going in again. Round 2 of the grand final, best of 3. Time walking take this, then they've swept the entire series 2-0. I think everyone's gone 2-0. It hasn't been a single 2-1, has there? I think it was all 2-0 to 2-0, every single one, which is a surprise. Which is absolutely a surprise. So here we go for NA Pride. Can they win one game against the time walking community, or are they going to clean sweep the entire series?
Remember in Skyreach we had the 224 times 2 with Spin to Win and Rug Flap as well.
That was insane when they both got the same time. That
Yeah,
really
so
was
that
insane.
went to, I think that went to 2-1, I believe.
Well, they decided to reset the best of 3, right? So they basically went 2-0, right? Well, so it was a bit of a strange one. But yeah, I'm super excited. I think we're looking for 2 things here. We're looking for if time walking can do sub 3, and if spin to win can beat them. There are 2 things that we're really looking for. If not, then well, as we said, time walking have come and they've swept up everything and stolen the gold and gone home. So let's see. As we're getting ready, we're being told by production, things are about to kick off. I'm interested as well, what do you think about the classes played so far today? Is there anything that you would say in terms of the meta that you've seen?
Bring Death Knights. They make everybody happy.
And we're off spin to win, this time being the first ones off. No delay for them this time. They've clearly decided that they're going to zoom through this as quickly as possible. Procking everything they can, picking up all these mobs. You have to say, maybe it's a question of pathing, maybe goes too far over to the left-hand side. It's really about finding those small amounts of time. Second here, second there, make a huge difference. And they're going to jump off the ledge here. Jump straight off. That's a fantastic jump. He's going to activate the beacons down below. Got a bit low there as he went down. BM picking up everything. Time walking about to start their run. We're going to be a bit staggered, but the time is on the right-hand side of your screens on both of those different pictures, and we'll see who gets the fastest run out of all of these. What are we thinking tonight, chat? Who's your favorite? What's the craziest thing you've seen? Let us know what you think about the event. As Gory goes down pretty low, but he manages to stabilize almost instantly. That Shadow Blast really does hit hard. He has to make sure you interrupt that, or better, just kill them straight away.
Yeah, any kind of stuns, silence abilities, prioritize those ones, get those guys down, because they're the most dangerous out of all of these mobs in here that, again, you're just unlucky enough to get targeted by 2 or even 3. It's a one-shot. You can't heal that.
Absolutely. Gory zooming around the map at
Oh
lightning
no, the
speed, but
monk's
there's
down.
a death.
Ah, no.
You're going to have to say you're really now looking for there to be a death on the time walking community. Otherwise, this looks like it's going to be game, set, and match for Team EU representing. Production officer saying, "Chop chop, I'm starving." We'll absolutely do our best to rocket through this cast like time walking are rocketing through this Anka and this whole Starship dungeon dash with Legacy 30. They're doing a fantastic job, everyone but time walking just pulling away, doing really fantastic times. I can't really see what he's typing. Maybe that's for the best, who knows. And we're gonna get another consistent time, so we're looking now sub 3 minutes again. Can we get another sub 3 minute time from time walking? What do we reckon?
They've got this in the bag, haven't they, really? Again, flawless pull through pretty much. They haven't done much wrong at all throughout this entire tournament, have they?
Pretty much everything went completely to plan for them. I think they've done a fantastic job. Everything just seemed to be going, as you said, exactly like they wanted, when they wanted. A couple of seconds here and there, which is probably all down to RNG, mob pathing, getting crits at the right time. It's pretty much the only thing that you could imagine that is going to change their runs here, as we see now. Let's see what tech they have for this. Takes the portal, jumps off, backflip into parachute over all these mobs. Is he going to get the whole way? Probably not. No, he doesn't. Is he going to feign at the top? Is there a feign, or is he going to take them all? He just decides, you know what? All of these, it's fine. We'll take them all. We saw this happen before. We're having a look at on spin to win on the left. People going down pretty low, and there's another death on spin to win. This is it's going to be game, set, and match unless we get a full wipe on time walking, and you can't imagine that. I don't think they've had a whole death in this whole series throughout today. We're looking very much at a bit of a victory lap here for the time walking community, as we're going to finish up pretty much at the same time. As always, finishing together is always better, isn't it, Lux?
It is, unless you want to go again.
In which case, you've got to hope that you have a partner with the stamina. Here we go. Are they going to finish it at exactly the same time? Pretty much exactly the same time. We need to find out, in terms of time, what that is printed on their screens currently.
I think that was a clean sweep from the time walking community. I think they started. Sorry if you can hear laughing in the background. I do have a dog currently sitting on my lap right now. I think they actually started a little bit later than what the spin to win actually did as well.
Yeah, it's a 3-12 from the time walking community, so not quite as good. They left the door open there for spin to win, but they just weren't able to take the invite, and they look like they're gonna end up being quite a bit behind, unfortunately here. For them, anyway. Fortunately for the time walking community. So we're going to get the final scores on the doors for you to let you know who's won what, and a reminder of the prizes on offer for those of you who joined us towards the end. Let's have a bit of a recap of the prizes. There's a prize pool of 3 million gold in total and the winner of that would claim half as my cat joins us. She is absolutely not a prize on offer. 1.5 million was going to the winner, and then I don't have the screen, so I will make up as we go along. 900 and something thousand was to the second, and then the rest was to the third. That's not about right, Lux?
Yeah, that was pretty much right. I think it was like 975, I believe, for the second place team, and then 525, I believe, for the next team, if my memory serves, of course.
Absolutely.
However, valiant attempt from pretty much every single player that's taken part in this event today, so well done, guys.
Okay, let's have a look then at the final scores on the doors. We have confirmation here. Time walking, clean sweep, 2-0 every game, 15 points, maximum available. Spin to win with 12. If Rug Flap with 9, Chasing Tails with 6, Mr. Fist with 3. So it looks like what we basically had was the same team come first, second, third, fourth, fifth for every single one, which is quite an interesting thing to come up. If anyone on the time walking community would like to come and have a bit of an interview to finish up, that would be fantastic if we get that sort of a production, as we're getting people asked to interview them. So we have people who are interested in hearing what they have to say and how they went about it. We'd love to have them in, and that's absolutely consistency. Absolutely, Smith. Hopefully your life was made easy. Thank you very much tonight for production. You did a fantastic job. Thank you, Lux, as well. How was your first event?
Nerve-wracking slightly. I obviously don't know. I'm not as fluent, and of course, like you are, you've had the years and years of practice, but yeah, it was fun. Thank you very much for the invite, and of course, let me tag along.
Absolutely, not a problem.
Hopefully, I didn't say anything too inappropriate at some points.
No, I think that's absolutely fine. We can have a bit of an interview with probably Druidman and Time Walking. Let's try and get that done in a fairly expeditious manner to not keep people for too long. If we can get those people dragged into us, that would be absolutely fantastic. Druidman and perhaps Kirana from Time Walking, as we've had him on before, and we can talk about what went wrong, what went right, in the thing tonight. I started rhyming without thinking about it, as my cat is running around me, biting
I'd love
me
to see
and
like
meowing.
a.
Oh, hello. You got
Hello.
dragged in.
Hello?
You both got dragged in randomly.
Sorry.
Hi. How are you doing,
Hi.
guys? How was the event?
Tired, man.
Yeah, absolutely. It's late for us in the EU. Let's start first with our winners for tonight, Kirana from the time walking community. How was that for you? Did everything go as planned? Was there anything surprising?
That was really fun. We had a few issues. Server walked off a platform in one of our Skyreach runs at the start, so he just sort of had to waddle to us. It slowed it down a bit, but mostly it went well. We managed to improve our best times in Anchor Head, and we're pretty happy with how it went.
Okay, I'm sorry if you heard my cat meowing straight into the microphone. Yeah, you did a fantastic job. Let's throw now to Druidman. You can second as spin to win. What did you make of the event? How was it for you? I mean, you've got
Honestly,
clean sweep before this.
there were a lot of surprises. Like, for example, we wiped a few times in Anchor Head. I believe in Motherload, something happened. I can't remember now because it's been a couple hours. But there were a lot of surprises. And just a shout out, Squishy's team did extremely well. I didn't think Double Mage a Demon Hunter would actually compete the way they did. Especially on Skyreach, they were like 3 or 4 seconds behind us, and we had that Warlock gateway skip, and I was almost confident that we would win that map. Which, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. And congrats to the time walking team. You guys played extremely well, like Team EU. And yeah, like I'm definitely gonna be rewatching the entire VOD, studying it for next time, and I'm coming back. Hopefully next time more hungry. And yeah.
Yeah, hopefully next time we have some more secret tech. Was there anything, maybe Karana, that you used that you thought was really helpful for you that maybe you didn't see any of the other teams benefit from if you had the chance to sit and watch any of the games?
I think maybe if anything, we went really hard on trying to utilize a lot of trinket switching, and we considered a group comp that could sort of cover the weaknesses of the other classes to sort of hopefully not have weak points and then utilize the strong points that we still have even with that.
Yeah, Banner in chat is saying that you were missing a balanced druid, but I don't think that's accurate.
No, we did get server very quickly, got a really well geared balance druid, and it was just worse than the warlock.
Oof. Okay. Was there anything surprising in Druid Man? Last couple of questions. Anything surprising from tonight for you?
Yeah. So a lot of surprises. So we thought that okay, I was using a weapon called Silent Fang. It's from Old Scholomance. It's not in the Dungeon Journal. It silences everything. I thought honestly with that I'd get the advantage in not Skyreach, Motherlode. But then after seeing Time Walking strat, they completely outstrat us. Like the Hunter, I did not expect Hunter to do that well. Like, because I have a Hunter that's fully geared. It's mid, like compared to what like Warrior and Brewmaster can do in terms of AoE. But the performance of the Feigned Death, the parachutes, the disengage was actually absolutely phenomenal. So well played. I definitely might check out Hunter next time. Also surprised with how I had Black Brews from ICC, which again is another chance on hit weapon that I explained at the beginning of the stream. That plus double life stealing and tiny abomination, which is basically, if you look at details, it's like it reflects the majority of my damage, but I guess it didn't matter in the end. So that was really surprising to me, to be honest with you. Other things I was surprised about, if I may think of a few things. Skyreach, I'm very surprised of a non-warlock team coming as close as they did. Yeah, just a lot of surprises, man. I have a lot of reflecting to do on what went down here for sure.
I'm glad that we were able to provide an interesting and new event. Last word I'll give to our winners over at Time Walking with Karana. What about for you? I know you have a tough time with Black Brews, and you managed to get it a couple of days ago, and I think, or maybe even yesterday. Anything surprising for you, or anything to say to finish up the stream as the last word?
No, I'm really just excited to see what people did and watch the other VODs if I can find them, because I mean we obviously are very familiar with Time Walking, and there is some overlap there, especially because we do a lot of running dungeons fast and that naturally. But we do have some blind spots here. Like we have to try and do our own theory crafting for what's good at level 30, and we definitely also missed some things. So I'm really excited to see what the other teams did when I get to really pick through the VOD.
Lux, anything to ask to these two champions before we head off?
No, pretty much. You guys are just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, what you've kind of shown for both of, like, obviously communities with you being level 30 and everything like that, you've just shown everybody else that it's not just retail that people need to do. You know, you guys bring the kind of the pizzazz and the entertainment of what level 30 characters can bring, and you've shown a different side of WoW, and it's absolutely phenomenal. Well done, both.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Well, that brings us to a close for this evening. You've seen some fantastic teams. You've seen both of our pets live on stream as well by this point. And yeah, we've had a great time. Thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you for Legacy 30 for allowing us to host this event. Thank you for the Time Walking guys for coming along, for your support in chat, and we hope that you've had an absolutely fantastic time. It's now time for me to go and put my cat into her play mode as she's waiting for me. So I will say thank you very much for joining us, guys. Hopefully you'll catch up for the next one, and I'll see you sometime soon.
All right, GG's. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Starship World of Warcraft community is proudly supported by Blizzard Entertainment, Zygor Guides, Gamer Advantage, NordVPN, Glitch Energy, Streamlabs, and is proud to support our partnered charity, Safe in Our World.
Power level your characters, make lots of gold, and accomplish more in World of Warcraft with Zygor Guides. Our guides are unique in that they use a custom guide viewer add-on to display things right inside the game. Every guide is presented in an easy-to-follow, step-by-step format that tells you exactly where to go, who to talk to, which quests to accept, how to complete quest objectives, and more, all in the most efficient manner to get more done in less time. Since the guides are in-game, they can dynamically detect your progress, update in real time, and automatically skip forward as you complete steps. Finding your way around couldn't be easier thanks to our custom waypoint arrow that works like an in-game GPS, generating the fastest directions to your next location, factoring in every method of travel including flight paths, items, portals, and more. You'll no longer find yourself wondering where to go or what to do next ever again. The guides also include numerous additional features to speed things up even more, like auto-accepting and turning in quests, highlighting the best quest rewards, notifying you when you have new gear upgrades, pointing where you need to fly to on your map, auto-selling gray items, and more. We offer guides for virtually every aspect of the game, including leveling, dungeons, dailies, professions, collectibles, and achievements. Discover all the latest content with our new Featured section, which showcases all the new guides added in every patch and expansion with detailed explanations on how it all works. Or search our entire collection to find a guide for almost anything you want to do. All of our guides have been fully updated for Dragonflight, and new content is being added all the time. Sign up for Zygor Elite and gain instant access to our full suite of guides for both retail and classic WoW for one low monthly fee. As part of Zygor Elite, you'll receive ongoing weekly updates for new patches, future expansions, and seasonal events, as well as general fixes and improvements to make sure all content stays current and well optimized for any changes Blizzard makes. Take your gaming to the next level with Zygor Guides.
Who took the bomb?
See you later.
My visions are not the same as the others. No radiance, no song. Just the shadow taunting me from below. fate of our world rests upon the edge of a knife. And our battle lies deep within.
NordVPN not only encrypts your traffic and changes your IP address, but also has tons of other top VPN features that give you maximum protection. VPN can sometimes be vital, especially if you operate in countries with low internet freedom index or restricted freedom of speech. In such situations, your online actions can lead to fines or even imprisonment. Meet Double VPN. It brings the benefits of enhanced security, complete privacy, and double encryption, making it twice as hard for attackers to decipher your online data. For your everyday needs, a standard VPN connection is more than enough. Browse privately and enjoy secure internet connection at high speeds. But if you're a journalist or an activist advocating freedom of speech, Double VPN is your go-to solution. Finding Double VPN in the NordVPN app is easy. Go to Settings and set VPN protocol to Open VPN. Find the Double VPN category in the specialty servers. You'll see a bunch of country combinations available. Pick the one that suits you best and connect. That's it. Now your entire internet connection is secured with double encryption. Double VPN's available on NordVPN apps for macOS, iOS, Android, Linux, and Windows. So don't wait and get NordVPN immediately. Our top VPN features will guarantee you a safe and smooth online experience. NordVPN. Online security starts with a click.
The Starship World of Warcraft community is proudly supported by Blizzard Entertainment, Zygor Guides, Gamer Advantage, NordVPN, Glitch Energy, Streamlabs, and is proud to support our partnered charity, Safe in Our World.
Power level your characters, make lots of gold, and accomplish more in World of Warcraft with Zygor Guides. Our guides are unique in that they use a custom guide viewer add-on to display things right inside the game. Every guide is presented in an easy-to-follow, step-by-step format that tells you exactly where to go, who to talk to, which quests to accept, how to complete quest objectives, and more, all in the most efficient manner to get more done in less time. Since the guides are in-game, they can dynamically detect your progress, update in real time, and automatically skip forward as you complete steps. Finding your way around couldn't be easier thanks to our custom waypoint arrow that works like an in-game GPS, generating the fastest directions to your next location, factoring in every method of travel including flight paths, items, portals, and more. You'll no longer find yourself wondering where to go or what to do next ever again. The guides also include numerous additional features to speed things up even more, like auto-accepting and turning in quests, highlighting the best quest rewards, notifying you when you have new gear upgrades, pointing where you need to fly to on your map, auto-selling gray items, and more. We offer guides for virtually every aspect of the game, including leveling, dungeons, dailies, professions, collectibles, and achievements. Discover all the latest content with our new Featured section, which showcases all the new guides added in every patch and expansion with detailed explanations on how it all works. Or search our entire collection to find a guide for almost anything you want to do. All of our guides have been fully updated for Dragonflight, and new content is being added all the time. Sign up for Zygor Elite and gain instant access to our full suite of guides for both retail and classic WoW for one low monthly fee. As part of Zygor Elite, you'll receive ongoing weekly updates for new patches, future expansions, and seasonal events, as well as general fixes and improvements to make sure all content stays current and well optimized for any changes Blizzard makes. Take your gaming to the next level with Zygor Guides.
Who took the bomb?
See you later.
My visions are not the same as the others. No radiance, no song. Just the shadow taunting me from below. The fate of our world rests upon the edge of a knife. And our battle lies deep within.
NordVPN not only encrypts your traffic and changes your IP address, but also has tons of other top VPN features that give you maximum protection. VPN can sometimes be vital, especially if you operate in countries with low internet freedom index or restricted freedom of speech. In such situations, your online actions can lead to fines or even imprisonment. Meet Double VPN. It brings the benefits of enhanced security, complete privacy, and double encryption, making it twice as hard for attackers to decipher your online data. For your everyday needs, a standard VPN connection is more than enough. Browse privately and enjoy secure internet connection at high speeds. But if you're a journalist or an activist advocating freedom of speech, Double VPN is your go-to solution. Finding Double VPN in the NordVPN app is easy. Go to Settings and set VPN protocol to Open VPN. Find the Double VPN category in the specialty servers. You'll see a bunch of country combinations available. Pick the one that suits you best and connect. That's it. Now your entire internet connection is secured with double encryption. Double VPN's available on NordVPN apps for macOS, iOS, Android, Linux, and Windows. So don't wait and get NordVPN immediately. Our top VPN features will guarantee you a safe and smooth online experience. NordVPN. Online security starts with a click.
The Starship World of Warcraft community is proudly supported by Blizzard Entertainment, Zygor Guides, Gamer Advantage, NordVPN, Glitch Energy, Streamlabs, and is proud to support our partnered charity, Safe in Our World.
Out-level your characters, make lots of gold, and accomplish more in World of Warcraft with Zygor Guides. Our guides are unique in that they use a custom guide viewer add-on to display things right inside the game. Every guide is presented in an easy-to-follow, step-by-step format that tells you exactly where to go, who to talk to, which quests to accept, how to complete quest objectives, and more, all in the most efficient manner to get more done in less time. Since the guides are in-game, they can dynamically detect your progress, update in real time, and automatically skip forward as you complete steps. Finding your way around couldn't be easier thanks to our custom waypoint arrow that works like an in-game GPS, generating the fastest directions to your next location, factoring in every method of travel including flight paths, items, portals, and more. You'll no longer find yourself wondering where to go or what to do next ever again. The guides also include numerous additional features to speed things up even more, like auto-accepting and turning in quests, highlighting the best quest rewards, notifying you when you have new gear upgrades, pointing where you need to fly to on your map, auto-selling gray items, and more. We offer guides for virtually every aspect of the game, including leveling, dungeons, dailies, professions, collectibles, and achievements. Discover all the latest content with our new Featured section, which showcases all the new guides added in every patch and expansion with detailed explanations on how it all works. Or search our entire collection to find a guide for almost anything you want to do. All of our guides have been fully updated for Dragonflight, and new content is being added all the time.